Nei ki rungi a tātou katoa te wairo o ngā mātua tūpuna. Ara tau haka takoto te ara. E hikoi mā tātou ngāuri. Toki o tātou ngā kau ki ngā tikanga. Hei ara takinga i a tātou ki te hāpai wā tātou mai ka toiro tu te pono, te tika, te maramatanga, me te aroha anō. Hara mai te toki, haumi e hui e, pai e.
Kia ora, Tui. Okay, have we got any apologies come in? Jack?
Got an apology for Councillor
Jack.
Jack Craw.
Jack Craw. Okay. All right, so we start the hearings now. Just waiting for people to come in. So the first one is Gemma Parkin, NZ Land Search and Rescue. So you've got to point. Okay.
No, this is the head.
Notice of a warning.
Yep. So you're warm then, or you're warm?
Oh, so one.
Maybe if you can just let them know each speaker in your 10 minutes.
How long do they have?
5 minutes to speak.
5 minutes to speak, Chair.
Yep.
Hello.
Chris,
Oh, 10 minutes, sorry.
who's minute? 10 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, moving excuse. Okay. All right, welcome everybody. Good to see you here. Big group. Excellent. I see your speaker is Gemma Parkin. Is that correct? Okay, Gemma, you've got 10 minutes.
Would you like me anywhere in particular?
Yep, you can stand anywhere. We've got, yep, wherever you feel comfortable.
Much. Kia ora koutou, my name is Gemma Parkin and speaking to you this morning on behalf of Far North and Northland Search and Rescue. Firstly, we'd like to start just by thanking the Council for the 3 years of funding support that we have received so far. To say that this has made a tremendous difference to our volunteers would be an understatement. No longer do they operate from a mouldy, leaking caravan. They now have the communications equipment to better track and communicate with their field teams when they're out there doing their mahi. And they've been able to purchase specialist rescue equipment to better meet the needs of this region, which you will know are wide and varied. We also appreciate that in the consultation document, you recognise that the service that they provide is critical. Critical service is the term that you used. As an individual, I couldn't agree more. I recreate in the outdoors of New Zealand, and I want to know that one day, if I have a whoopsie, there is going to be a group of trained and equipped volunteers who will come to help me. I have a family member who suffers from mental health challenges. And I want to know that one day if he goes for a walk, there will be a group of trained and equipped volunteers there to help me. I have 2 nieces, aged 5 and 7. And if ever there were 2 girls who were likely to follow some butterflies on the hunt for Pixieville, these are your gals. And I want to know that one day if they go on an adventure, there will be a group of trained and equipped volunteers there to help me. And most likely of all, my parents are baby boomers, which means there is a 1 in 6 chance that one of them has Alzheimer's or dementia. This is our biggest growing market as far as land search and rescue goes, and I want to know that one day if one of them go for a walk, there will be a group of trained and equipped volunteers there to help me. Because land search and rescue is not just about hunters in the back blocks anymore. It is a service that each and every one of us might one day need. The consultation document states that funding services like land search and rescue is not part of the Council's core role. And look, we would love to not have to come to communities to ask for money. We would love for land search and rescue to be central government funded, but it's not. It's not today, and it's not going to be a couple of months from now when this funding model might change. Nationally, 45% of what we do is central government funded. The remaining 55% we have to find through grants, partnerships and donations. And even after we do all of that work, all of that fundraising, we are still short $30,000 per group per year. There are 2 groups in the Northland region. And that is where you come in, because then those volunteers have to go out into their local communities and raise those funds so they can continue to sustain their services at the current level. We're not even talking about improving what we're doing. We're talking about maintaining our services at the current level. Under the heading of climate resilience and emergency management, the consultation document also talks about building strong partnerships, building capacity, strengthening collaboration around emergency management. Well, here's a fantastic opportunity for you. Here are 100 pre-trained, pre-equipped and insured volunteers who are ready to assist. Unless, of course, what we're saying is while we appreciate that they deployed to Dargaville during Cyclone Gabrielle to help, we won't be requiring their services next time. The awesome thing about these 100 volunteers is they come with 3,000 mates. The biggest deployment we have ever done in New Zealand was for the Christchurch earthquakes. We deployed nationally into that city, and for 11 days, we searched the hillsides and tracks surrounding that city. By the end of those 11 days, we had physically door-knocked 2/3 of the houses in the Greater Christchurch area to provide welfare assistance to those residents. We are one hell of a volunteer workforce when stuff is going wrong. And for the amount that you currently fund us, we are a bargain at twice the price. Beyond the consultation document, the Northern Region also has a destination management plan, which is supported by Northland Inc. Product development goals in that plan include creating a great walk and building additional cycleways and trails for a wide range of audiences. These are great goals when you consider that 10% of your jobs and 7% of your GDP comes through tourism. But what is the flip side of increasing tourism into this region for your search and rescue volunteers? Well, as an example, September to December is Te Araroa Trail season. During this time, your volunteers stagger their annual leave to make sure that there are enough of them around to deploy a team at any given time. Their bags stay packed because on top of their normal workload, they will rescue one Te Araroa Trail walker every 2 weeks across that 3-month period. So we don't question initiatives to increase tourism. They are fantastic for this region. But what we do question is the council supporting via its subsidiaries initiatives which increase one thing while not supporting the people that has an adverse effect on. Your volunteers give thousands of hours every year. They also give thousands of dollars in lost income, so they can deploy during the middle of the day to help people in need. What we ask is that you continue to support them so they don't have to reach into their own pockets to continue to fund their volunteering. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Any questions from the floor? No? Okay. Have you got another speaker? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Spoken.
Just to like to acknowledge the speaker, very succinct submission, and I'd suggest the reason why you haven't had a lot of questions put to you is that reason. You really presented a really comprehensive picture. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Before we go any further, we didn't do conflicts of interest at the beginning. So I am declaring conflict of interest with Surf Life Saving.
Okay.
As I have before. So I'd just like to record it. Thanks.
Okay.
Just grab a clicker.
I'm going to try this. If it doesn't work, just give me a nod and I'll. Is it okay if you just give me a nod and I click through it?
Sure.
Right, kia ora and good morning, councillors. Firstly, thank you very much to the councillors who I've engaged with through this process today, and with CEO John Gibbard. I really appreciate your time and energy through this long-term plan process. For those of you I'm yet to meet, my name is Zach Branich and I'm the General Manager of Surf Life Saving Northern Region. Today, we were briefed that our submissions could be taken as read. So I'll be talking to how surf lifesaving fits into the broader picture of water safety in the Northland region, how that is core business, and I guess what's to come in next steps as a result of this process. We're really thankful for the partnership that we've had with Northland Regional Council over the prior 10 years. It's allowed us to keep our community safe in the water and be proactive in engaging new and emerging groups who continue to enjoy our favourite playground, which is the coastline, and allowing those people to return safely to the Friends of Whānau. In the preceding period, we've experienced an unprecedented growth in demand. Water Safety New Zealand stats tell us there were over 60 water-related deaths in the past 10 years, and that's anticipated to increase. We saw a significant extreme weather event response from our services, all of whom operated with distinction and answered the call of their communities when they're required to do so. I think it's really important to outline where we fit in the emergency chain, so I'll do that as succinctly as I can. If a member of the public or any one of you was to walk along the beach and see someone in trouble with their hand up, and you would lodge a call to 111, that would get tasked to police, who would then task surf life saving. And 100% of that time, that call would be answered by a volunteer. How we contribute to the Northland region, as outlined, I guess talking to the Local Government Act and the role of a regional council. Our job, we contribute to the social, economic and cultural wellbeing of Northland communities, largely by the delivery of our paid lifeguard service. We can measure that in many metrics, but the metric I'll use here, is, as outlined by the NZIER, is the value of preventing a fatality, which is currently listed at $12.1 million. We can argue that metric, but I think we can all agree that it is a significant amount. Across the last period, our services enacted over 600 rescues. Now, rescue is classified as an intervention where, had our services not been there would have been a fatality in the water. Our services actioned over 1,600 first aids, completed over 200 searches, contributed over 200,000 hours, educated 16,000 members of the public, and engaged 228,000 members of the public through our patrols. So again, outlining the body of work that we do to ensure Northland communities are safe when they engage with the beach. I think it's important to outline the wider context of surf life saving in the Northland region. Currently, the paid lifeguard service is what the Northland Regional Council funds, although looking at it in isolation, I don't think quite tells the whole picture. So currently, we receive funding to cover 40 weeks across 6 locations in the Northland area. That covers the busiest beaches across the busiest holiday period in Northland. That then allows us to enact other initiatives and I guess reach more of the Northland communities through our community education and engagement services. We're currently proactive with our co-agencies in community HUIs, which we would not be able to do should we not receive support for our paid lifeguard service. We also are able to best support our clubs and develop our volunteers. Currently, we have 2, and we'll have a 3rd FTE based in the Northland office from June 2023. That's how we're responding to the increased demand that we're seeing for our services. We deliver SAR operations. As of last Friday, our volunteers for the search and rescue were involved in the body recovery, which occurred at Pārtau North, and they will be activated again this coming weekend to ensure that our people can return that person's body back to their friends and family. And finally, we do deliver sport and recreation events as a member retention and upskilling tool to ensure that we can keep, again, community safe. A brief breakdown of how our OPEX is funded in the Northland region. Now, those splits are indicative, but Northland Regional Council is a large contributor, as is central government, and the remaining is covered by the gaming and grants. So we're not asking Northland Regional Council to cover the whole amount. We're asking you to come to the table to do your small bit so we can deliver the whole. Looking ahead, I've been in dialogue with some councillors around whose responsibility is it to keep the coastline safe. And I don't necessarily disagree that central government should come to the table and we can have a conversation. We as Surf Life Saving are open to having those discussions, but would implore the council to undertake those discussions in a timely manner. We are happy to be an ally and in support of Northern Regional Council to have those conversations, but it needs to be done in a timely manner. And currently, it's unfeasible and unrealistic to expect us to turn on a dime and find, in our case, $250,000 to fill a critical service. If we not receive this funding, we as in Surf Life Saving will be bearing a reputational risk by virtue of the members of the public not being able to distinguish when they see flags on the beach, are they paid? Are they part of the paid service or the volunteer service? So we've set a precedent, supported through our partnership by Northern Regional Council, to keep our beaches safe across a sustained period of time, and that's been established over the past decade. Should we retrench from that position? It'll be our members and our volunteers who will be copying that flag on the front lines of the beaches. Finally, through this long-term plan process, this is the only forum. Northern Regional Council is the only body who is mooting defunding our services. And again, we would be really we would love to encourage our partnership with Northern Regional Council to ensure we can deliver our core business, which is your core business of keeping your coastline safe. Thank you for your time. I'll open the floor for any questions.
Okay, Zach, thanks. Great presentation. I'd just like to say, I think we all appreciate, the volunteering effort that goes into Surf Life Saving. I think it's really a critical part of our beaches. So I don't think any of us underplay that. It's just a chance to have a good look at it. I think that's the main core. This is a review process. I don't think there's anything, out of the line at what we're doing. And it's great to get everyone in the room and realise how much we appreciate what goes on. So, thank you. So anybody else would like to have a comment?
Thanks, Zach. Just on that last point around NRC being the only council in New Zealand to put defunding on the table this term. So just, is that consistent across New Zealand that all regional councils support Surf Life Saving? Yeah, so every region, that's part of the funding model. So I guess just as a follow-on question, when you're talking about potentially having a timely conversation with government, we could look at doing that at a level which is greater than one region.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Currently, all councils at minimum pay for the delivery of the paid lifeguard service. Some go over and above that. I can reference Auckland Council. They fund the support, the club support, and some community education through the RAFA legislation. But all councils engage with Surf Life Saving for the provision of core services, which is at minimum paid lifeguard service.
Thank you.
Okay, so get a little time. Is there any other support? You here got us in front of us, and you said you want us to keep supporting you. Is there anything else you see in the long-term vision that would help the journey? Yeah,
and our long-term vision, I think we're responding to the increased demand through employing more staff to be in the Northland area. In the next triennial, we see that staff number increasing to include a community engagement facilitator officer to keep. I guess what we're saying is Northland delivers a really unique challenge for us as an organisation. What works in other parts of the country, i.e. bricks and mortar, delivering a suite of services, may not be fit for purpose for Northland. So we need to be agile and dynamic and deliver to community groups products which will be helpful for them to keep their friends, whānau and communities safe. We've got a suite of products from junior surf to patrolling to search and rescue, which might be best deployed in pockets of, in pockets as opposed to a surf club which delivers a whole suite of services. So my only indication is that in my submission, funding is, we would like to increase the amount of OPEX we put into the Northern region, and that's just mirroring the demand we're seeing through statistics and population growth going these services. Probably the final point is we do receive central government funding, although they're explicit and that is tagged for non-regional delivery of a core service like paid lifeguard service.
All right, Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one question from me. In terms of the growth and the need that you articulate, are there particular locations that you could raise to our attention where the growth and the immediate need is located?
I think
Because like, for example, like Ahipara is as far north, I understand,
Correct,
where
yes.
your locations are, but are there other locations that you see the growth and the need to respond growing faster?
Yes, so to answer that question immediately, we'll be looking, or we've outlined locations like Langs Beach, which is a holiday spot. Although areas like Mangaroo, Sandy Bay, that area seems to be growing in its population as well, and we are already engaging with the local community and how we can deliver our services to those communities. Like I said before, it might not be a one-size-fits-all model. It might be bits and pieces of what we currently deliver. So I guess broadly speaking, we're seeing Whangarei in itself is growing in population, and the surrounding satellite communities are also growing. They're engaging in the waters, as we all love to do. And the only thing we know is the more people who engage in our waterways, the more get into trouble and need help getting back to the beach.
Okay, Zach, we've got one more question from John Blackrock.
Great presentation. I do see you've only got one in the far north, with Lucas has mentioned. There's two in Kaika. Kaika used to fund you, and I gather they don't anymore.
No.
So things have moved, and so throughout the country, is this what's happening? Regional councils funding it rather than district councils?
Correct. As it's deemed as a regional need. In those 693 rescues, the one thing I can categorically say is that all wards were represented. So constituents from all wards were represented for those new statistics. So it doesn't matter which constituency you represent. The only thing we can categorically say is that our services somewhere will help save your members and get them back home safely. So the distinction was, okay, as it's a regional service, it would make sense for the regional body to fund it as opposed to the district body, as I understand it.
One other point too, you mentioned Lang Beach, and you've got a satellite venue there. So what is that?
That's the bare minimum patrolling operation we can put on the beach.
What does it look like?
That looks like 3 lifeguards, which would be supported by Waipu Code, which would have a full setup for a longer period of time.
Thank you.
Okay, Matty Robinson.
Yeah, just a question, thanks, Zach, on central government funding across the regions. Is it on a population basis or a region and a distance or the length of beaches? For instance, Auckland's got 1.5 million people in a far more compressed area than we've got 200,000.
So our central government funding is split into a few different, it's tagged for a few different purposes. Half of it is tagged to go directly to clubs OPEX, and that OPEX is split out largely on the club's output. So yeah, I guess it's related to how busy they are, and how busy they are is dependent on in part how they service their local communities and local population. So that's one part of it. Second part is the I guess the organisational support, which goes into salaries to make sure we can support our clubs and in part facilitate services like the paid lifeguard service.
Just mindful of time. So any other questions? Right, thanks, Zach. Great presentation.
Thanks all.
Yeah.
All right, we have Coast Guard New Zealand. Rob McCall. Welcome, Rob. You have 10 minutes.
The technology to keep up.
I'd just like to introduce yourself.
Ko oi ki te maunga e tū mai rā ko ngā awa e ruata awa e re mai nei. Ko te kura ture te whenua, ko te taua mana te marae, ko iwi heremana te iwi. He heremana ahau, he kaitiaki o heremana ahau. Ti hei muri ora. That was my personal pepi heart, but it's also a bit of a joint one. As I recognise one of my former colleagues from my previous service life in the corner. And it refers to where I come from and how I hail. But what I add in the end there is that I am a mariner, and I'm a guardian of mariners. That's what Coast Guard is. Forever and a day, Coast Guard has had this perception of being the savior of the rich person who can afford the 50-foot Riviera and bring them back once they run out of fuel. And that's just not the reality on the ground, and particularly not the reality up here in Northland. And I want to be able to dive into that in a little bit more detail over and above the submission that I'm taking as read. So if we could move on, please. So we're going to cover off a quick introduction to what Coast Guard looks like in your patch, the sorts of things that we are doing in this region to try and engage and to broaden ourselves from not just being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, which is what typical funding for emergency services looks like a lot of the time. How we're engaging with iwi, how we're engaging with organisations like Ngā Waka, and so on. We're then going to look at what the actual operational impact of the removal of this funding is going to be for Coast Guard, particularly in the area, and then obviously we'll open up to questions from there. So we have been grateful recipients of this funding since it was established, and we want to recognise that. For Coast Guard in the Northland region, the funding that we receive from NRC represents about 35% of our OPEX funding. That has, in the last few years, gone to replacement engines, to refurbishments, to new electronics, to new sensors, which allow us to actually execute our search and rescue operations more effectively. It's also meant, frankly, that our volunteers who don't join Coast Guard to go and rattle the tins or burn sausages outside of buildings are able to dedicate their volunteer time, their spare discretionary time that they are not spending with whānau and with loved ones. They are able to do that for the reason they join, and that is to go out on vessels and save people and bring them home safe. They are not spending their time having to raise the funds just to pay for the gas. That's the difference this makes. It's being able to put frontline services where they need to be, and it's been able to make a better volunteer experience for the people who are giving their time for service in their communities. So within Northland, on to the next one, thank you. The image that you can see in the top right, and it's in your slide deck as well, is taken from a capability footprint review that we penned last year. This was in response to the government's sanctioned recreational boating and search and rescue sector review that was widespread across our sector last year, is yet to be tabled from the Minister, but this is the investigative work we did. And what we have seeing there is a heat map of where our incident responses are required across the country from 2015 through to 2021, using the last full data set of a calendar year that we had. What you can see if you look at the images in front of you is a distinct growth from basically Opotiki, Eastern Bay of Plenty, all the way through to the tip of the north. That intensification of colour, that broadening, the distance offshore is all having a major impact in the way we are able to conduct our operations. Coast Guard has traditionally been very unit, individual, like our mates at SURF, being very club-centred. That's how most typical Coast Guard units have evolved. They're created through community need, they have self-funded an asset, and that has typically been a retrofitted recreational vehicle vessel. The reality is that we have to be a commercial entity to do the business that we do now. That has certain legal requirements. That means vessel design, construction, fit out, training standards, all have to be at a much, much higher level, all doing this with volunteers. What it means for us as we see some things that, like the impact of climate change, influencing where people can and cannot gather fish now. Overfishing in certain areas, pushing people further offshore, whether it be for traditional collection or whether it be for recreational purposes. The places that people can go to recreate on the water and to be able to catch a fish is changing and evolving. And we are seeing more people go further offshore and into other areas that are less densely populated, and we have trouble maintaining a unit in those sorts of areas. So the challenges that you face in Northland for your marine safety service is different to other parts of the country. But what we see as a general overall trend is there is more demand and it is not stopping. Our basic number of incidents across the country in a 5-year period increased by 34%. That is continuing. When we then also contrast the Water Safety New Zealand numbers, the last set of numbers released last year, 2023, the overrepresentation of Māori, Pacifica, and new Kiwis in the drowning statistics. What that means for you in Northland, an average of 10 lives lost through drowning preventable drownings per year, with a peak in 2022 of 18. 18 Northlanders lost their lives through preventable drownings in 2022. Just want to say that again. Us and our mates at SURF work really, really closely together. We are hand in glove for these sorts of search and rescue responses. I want to be very clear about that. But the removal of operational funding means we have to make decisions about where we are or are not able to base, what we are or are not able to fund, how long we need to extend the life of an asset, and whether we are or are not able to invest in the volunteers' time so that they can do frontline activity, not burning sausages outside of Bunnings. That's the difference. Next one, please. So we have a presence across Northland. As part of the capability footprint review, we undertook to look at where population growth is happening, where our future areas of risk are. And I acknowledge the question that was asked of Zach just earlier around that very point. Where are you not that you think you need to be in the future? And we know where we need to be in now, not just in the future. We are investing in a new unit in Mangawhai this year because there is a need there. And it's equidistant between two units that border to the south, Kowal, and up here in Whangarei to the north. It is across a bar. Bars are the most dangerous things in our country for boating activity. More lives are lost on our bars than any other place in the marine environment, except for in the surf zone. Just want to acknowledge that. So we have quite a spread, quite a distribution, but you'll notice some gaps. Mangawhai, as I've just mentioned, part of the redistribution of boating activity we're seeing through our statistical analysis points to the West Coast becoming more prevalent because it's easier to catch a fish there, because it's not as popular. Why? Because it's more dangerous. You have to cross a bar typically on the West Coast. So we're seeing a migration of people further offshore to more dangerous parts of our boating environment across bars. And if you look at the map, we go as far north as Hauhora. We all know that a whole lot of boating activity, and we can point to the Enchanter tragedy that happened up north. We could not get there because the band of weather that was affecting everything was sitting between us and where that rescue needed to happen, and we didn't have the right assets in the right place to be able to do it. So we've recognised where we don't have the right levels of capability and where we need to invest and lean into areas like Northland. The problem that we're facing with the removal of this funding, with the notice with which it is potentially being removed, is it means that we may not be able to invest in that future development and that growth of capability, because we're going to have to shore up the funding shortfall that this would leave us in just pure OPEX. That's the difference that this funding makes for us in this sort of time frame. Next one again. So the removal of the emergency service fund would be quite significant for us. It's not significant in big amounts of dollars, and I want to recognise that. It's not the same as Surf Life Saving. It's certainly not the same as Nest, who we're going to hear from shortly. But representationally for us, it's a 35% portion of our ongoing OPEX in the north. That is big. That means diverting other funds for other initiatives or for other areas into the north to shore that up. And that means sacrifice somewhere else. And I flag that because it's not big numbers, right? It's in the grand scheme of things, let's be honest, it's not. But we're saying these numbers, we're saying this in the landscape of Foundation North having completely rescoped where they do and don't support now. And our support from Foundation North, which has been very secure for a long time, has diminished to nothing to do with our frontline service anymore and focusing more on our engagement activities. Two things I want to flag. We are investing in Northland in a big way. Part of our new brand evolution, unfortunately, we're not wearing it on a uniform just yet, but it is a softening of what is seen as a regulatory legislative authority, which disenfranchises certain parts of our community and their ability to engage with us. We are making these moves deliberately to better engage with the communities we need to serve and those that are greater at risk because of those drowning statistics. That's what we're doing for Northland. That's what we're doing for Aotearoa New Zealand. We're asking that you help continue to allow us to do these things and stretch into the communities that need us most.
All right, I'll just open the floor. Okay, so we've got Rick, John, Marty, Peter Lucas. Right.
Thanks, Robert. I just wanted to ask, you talked about Mangawhai. I'd be keen on what it costs to set up a unit, like a brand new unit, where that money comes from, and if any of the NRC money would be used in setting up that unit. So those are the three bits.
No, great, thank you, Rick. So the NRC money that we get is tagged to OPEX, first and foremost. So unless there was we would consider the establishment of a new asset location or a new unit as a capital investment. So that wouldn't go to that, but it might go to their first sort of operating costs. The Mangawhai, we have pitched to central government for increased funding. So like SURF, we do receive a portion of our overall funding from central government. It's roughly a third, which includes things like lotteries and that sort of thing, which are obviously owned by Department of Internal Affairs. So the Mangawhai is a combination of local investment, looking at local bodies and also centralised capital. We've been able to retain some asset allocation to allow an asset to be recycled and put into initial service life before we move forward and establish. But it's very much a combination of a top-down approach where we've identified the need and a bottom-up approach of trying to create a sustainable entity, and those who are involved with SURF and volunteer organisations know that there has to be a happy medium in the middle there somewhere. So it's a bit of a combination, frankly, like any project we do. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're right. Okay, John.
Thanks, Rob. Another great presentation. Certainly keeping the bar up. So you all got. I'm new to voting. I supported vote a few months ago, and it came off the radio. And my bank manager for Northern Field Days, Cherie Nelson, who I didn't realise was with you, certainly got me to sign up. So we're now a member, and I've seen it in action. So the point I'm making is that you've got I'm near Kaipara, and you've got the space at Tinapai,
yes,
which you're calling North Kaipara, but in fact I think it's Central Kaipara, and does a great job because we've got the graveyard out there, and you're quite right about boats, and you know they've got bigger fuel tanks to go quicker. We're going further out, and it's really a concern. What I'm asking is the money out of Northern Regional Council, does it stay in the Northern Regional Council area? Because I mean I'm thinking about Kaipara Harbour, it's huge, and it goes right down to Auckland. That Coast Guard does a fantastic service, but is it only supplied with Northern Regional Council funding rather than Auckland?
Got you. No, that's a great question. So the rules that we have around the use of NRC funding is very specific, that it's to be used on units within that catchment. That's very, very clear. We are very used, we have about 47 different funding streams from different bodies. So we're very used to accountabilities, and so that's something that we're very strict on, and we have to be auditable for that, for all of those accountabilities. So, but there is a combination. So there is another unit on the Kaipara Harbour, which is the largest saltwater interior harbour in the Southern Hemisphere. It is massive. We don't really truly understand how big it is and how dangerous it is. We have a unit in the south of that too, which is the Kaipara unit in Helensville. And so there is a split of funding between those two units based on different pots of money. And equally, when we would get Foundation North money, their catchment was slightly different to NRC's, and there's also some other funding pots that come from Auckland Council, similar to SURF. And so we have to be very careful about what goes where. But the short answer is yes. NRC funding goes directly to support the units that are in your catchment.
Thank you.
Okay, Marty?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Rob. And it's a question I should have asked earlier from both Zach and Emma, I suppose, is because they're all really compelling arguments. I mean, it absolutely needs funding. So I guess what my question is, what would be your preferred funding source? And just adding on to that, is it a ministerial responsibility, for instance, conservation, tourism, education, which is tax-based, not rate-based? And if that's so, how do we collectively source that funding via the regional sector?
That's a great question, and I certainly won't try and answer where we should get the money from. Tax versus rates. That's not my area of expertise. But
sorry, just to
no. But I think I get the hint of your question. We have a service level agreement that we hold with the New Zealand government through New Zealand Search and Rescue. That service level agreement is a 3-year period. and we will be pitching in about October this year for the next financial year. So mid-25, that funding would start to flow. So we're in a bit of an intermediary year. We actually have been carried over for the last few years because of the review that I referred to, that we did the capability footprint review work around. So we're actually in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. And so we've had to seek for inflationary adjustment because that number was set and baseline. So that's a bit of a complication. We are bidding in that future SLA for increased central government funding, but that's a careful balance to keep. We are a charity. We are a service-oriented charity, and there is a careful balance to strike with how much central government funding one should have and how much, frankly, should be local investment for the benefit of local people. Now, like the previous speakers, we're very open to the idea of being more robust in our fundraising efforts or petitioning other entities, but with a bit of lead-in time. The shortness of the notice is what's biting at the moment, and that's important to note, in the context of a lot of grant funders changing the rules of the game and not supporting the traditional frontline services like they have done for a number of years. And so that has really changed the balance of where our risk levels sit for our funding opportunities. There's a whole lot more in the funding space. It genuinely keeps people awake at night at the moment. But I think in the fullness of time, if you were to look at where the investment for Northland Regional Council might be in the Coast Guard perspective, some time from now where we can have this conversation in the fullness of time, we are doing more and more boating safety campaign work and courses at the moment out of Marae through iwi-led organisations, through organisations like Ngā Waka. One of our repurposed rescue vessels, we donated to Ngā Waka up here, and it's based up here as a safety asset for the North. So we are truly invested in the preventative work. And it might be more appropriate that NRC funding in the fullness of time goes towards that preventative work to be the fence at the top of the cliff. And we can find other revenue streams for the ambulance at the bottom.
Okay, just need to
Thanks.
quicken it up. I'm sorry to cut you off, Marty.
No, that's answers the
Keep it to time. Peter Lucas.
Yeah, just a quick one. Firstly, kia ora, and just want to acknowledge the redeployment of that vessel and your work with Joe Conrad.
Yes.
And all of that work plan. In terms of like the number you raised, 18 drownings, I'm not sure which year you used.
22.
22.
Yeah.
And I understand that it's a comprehensive and collective effort from groups that keep our people safe. What I would like to ask is, do you know where the locations of the majority of those drownings occur, just so I can try to understand there's the lives that are saved, and sadly there are the lives that are lost. And we understand that there is a disconnect, but I'd like to better understand where the locations of those very tragic events have occurred. We heard earlier about Ngunguru, we heard earlier about Mangawhai, but I'm interested to learn where are these drownings occurring mostly?
That's a really hard generalized stat to give you, to be frank. And the reason for that is when 5 people die in one boat that breaks apart,
that's the Enchanter.
It skews things, right? In general terms, it's quite a spread.
Okay.
It is kind of evenly distributed across the district, but there are common themes. Bars, going across a harbour bar or a river bar, that is a common theme. That is a high-risk activity. Diving around some of the offshore rocks and islands that are subject to significant ocean tide and tidal flows, that's a common theme. Rock fisher people, which tend to be new Kiwis typically, that's a common theme. You can group those common themes and you can see where some of those risk areas are. But it's hard with a number like 10 to 18 to go, here's where what we have done is we've looked at where the urban growth and where the urban developments are being unlocked and what the future plans are within your district plans, and the same with other parts of the country. That's why we've identified Mangawhai. 12% year-on-year population growth, for example, pointing to the number of incidents. We're able to geolocate all of our incidents and say, here's a cluster, it's outside a common radius of action of one of our units, therefore we probably need to shore this up because we can see that future risk growing. We're trying to be less than reactive, because a lot of where the drownings happen are within the footprint, but they can happen so quickly that it's really hard to prevent unless we do that diving in at the fence at the top of the cliff.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge that's around that engagement and the rescue and search.
We've got your emails, so any councillors can email you for any more information about any issues. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Northland Emergency Services Trust, Paul Ehlers.
Yeah, just give me my laptop and you can click your way through it. I'll just
You click on the other tab, or we can probably find all the notes and then.
your way through it.
Okay, Paul, you know the drill. We've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm going to have to flip this. Yeah. So I'll just sit since I've got the laptop.
Be sure that we've read the report.
Yes, yeah. So, Moreno, my name's Paul Ehlers. I'm the chairman of the Northland Emergency Services Trust, from the NEST, as we colloquially know it. And I'm here today to talk about the proposed scrapping of the Emergency Services Fund. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to submit, and I'm mindful that we've got a limited time, and it's a long presentation, so I'm going to try and concentrate on some of the major points. I'm happy to take questions at the end. I think it's safe to assume that everybody knows who NEST is and what we actually do. We've been around for 36 years. Basically, we're here to get you to the clinical care that you need as fast and safely as we can from wherever you happen to be, and that's in or out of Northland. Brief history, and don't want to dwell on history, but back in 1988, NEST was actually formed by the Northland community at a time when central government basically didn't understand the special needs that we actually had up here in terms of getting people to the clinical care that they needed as fast as possible. And in the early days, it was funded 100%, and times have changed. We've obviously moved to a slightly different funding model now, where the minor contribution is made by the community and the majority by central government. Charitable trust, it's owned and run by Northlanders, and as you can see from the stats in the presentation, we've come a long way in the last 36 years. I think on structure, there's a few slides on structure, but the most important thing I think here is to just recognise the introduction of Northern Rescue back in 2018. That came as a result of the government tender, where they restructured air ambulance services across the country. We went from 12 regions down to just 3, Northern, Central and Southern. Northland, which was its own region previously, became part of the Northern region. We simply partnered with our friends in Auckland and formed a joint venture, which is the Northern Rescue. Just flicking through there, we have formed a 50-50 venture. We've got a contract running currently to the end for October 26. Highly likely that that will be extended out to mid-28, and then we're back in the tender situation again. Bottom line is that Northern Rescue is the operator. It's the contracted party with the Crown, and the assets are still owned by the Trust. So NEST is still the owner of the assets, and we run all the community funding. That community funding was a core staple of the original tender with the Crown. They wanted to see that we had a commitment to providing community funding. And as part of that, we had to contribute. What we came up with was $1 million, which at that stage was the sum total of our sponsorships and our grants. We couldn't include any donations or bequests because those amounts can never be guaranteed. Instead, we used those donations and bequests to put into capital funding. So all of the funding that's provided by Northland Regional Council goes into operational expenses, and it's committed under contract to the Crown. There's an overview there in terms of our structure. You can see the 5 Northland trustees. 2 of the trustees, including myself and Murray, sit on the board of Northern Rescue. We have 2 trustees from ARHT sitting on that board, and then there are 3 independents. So that's the current structure. Just wanted to have a look at the 2 principal objections that Council have put up towards community funding for NEST. And the first, which we bracket under community funding, is that the funding of emergency services is not council core business. Just dealing firstly with Section 10 of the Local Government Act, which we're all familiar with, and as has already been mentioned by one of the other speakers, the promotion of social, economic, environmental and well-being of the community. Nest would argue that the work that we actually do is definitely fits within that definition. We would maintain that we're 100% dedicated to the well-being of the Northland community, and so we should and could be included in the definition. The provision of a targeted rate, we've been banging on about this for quite some time. We think is the fairest and most equitable way of spreading the community contribution across the wider Northland community, rather than just relying on a few to fund the many. The existing rate, it seems to be well supported. Certainly was when we last had this discussion 6 years ago. There was an overwhelming support from the Northland community at that stage. We also like the fact that it's actually a targeted rate, so it's quite specific. Ratepayers know exactly what they're actually paying for, and they, from what they're telling us, tend to want to support that. It's also interesting to note, I think, just looking at the last 8 years that Nest's had council funding, that funding has been pretty much static over that time. So in real terms, allowing for CPI inflation, it actually represents a reduction proportionately. So by keeping funding at the current levels, there is a gradual tailing off just through inflation. And finally, there was a point there about improved emergency management and community resilience. We would maintain that in the time of civil defence emergencies and wider regional emergencies, Nest is very much at the forefront of those types of incidents. And we can't have better management if you don't have the services to manage. Under the government funding model, this was the second objection, which obviously was the fact that central government should be funding all of the services 100%. Certainly, the government and the Crown has actually stepped up. There wasn't a time not so far long ago where they were only funding up to 50% or under 50%. That figure is now up at about 85%. Certainly our discussions with Health New Zealand are indicating that the Crown expects that there will be some form of community contribution towards rescue services for some time to come. The word that we're getting from Health New Zealand also is that there is no more money in Wellington. In fact, they're going in the opposite direction. They're actually looking for reductions, not increases. That's what we're being told. So it doesn't look like a time where it's particularly advantageous for us to be knocking on the door for more money. The second point is really a silver lining, I suppose, in terms of community funding. It does give us a community licence. It's an opportunity for us to have a say in terms of how the services are actually rolled out and run. And we've seen that work in real time in terms of our working with Health New Zealand, in particular the NASO or ambulance team. We get a chance to sort of shape and dictate how the services actually run up here. And my fear would be that if we went to a 100% funding model, we wouldn't have any skin in the game. If you pay, you have a say, and that we could actually see somebody suggesting maybe that the bases be shifted further south. That has already been raised once by a bean counter in Wellington. Drawing circles on maps are all very well, but we know how important it is to have those services here locally. Just a note on utilisation, about 95% is actually Crown Health, but there is another 5% involving search and rescue and engineering and training. Our contract with the central government has a nil margin. When we first went in as a non-profit organisation, we didn't build any margin into it, so we're particularly susceptible to any increases in inflation or any reduction in funding. And there was also a recent comparison of Nest to, say, police and fire and emergency. They are Crown-owned entities, and obviously we are a locally owned and operated organisation. Just some stats on utilisation. We'll just whip through those. Looking at the graph there, you can see in the green and the orange, about just over half of our missions are actually seen to hospital, and the blue is actually hospital to hospital. They're called inter-hospital transfers. They are emergency transfers. It's not a glorified taxi service. That's dictated clinically in terms of when people need to be located quickly. Missions by location, some interesting stats there. Interestingly, Far North is actually our greatest mission location, principally because of the inter-hospital transfers, I would imagine, between the Kaitoa Hospital and hospitals further south. But I think another interesting thing is just looking at that piece of coastline is, that's 3,200 kilometres of extended rugged coastline. And we've got some pretty isolated communities that have some real access issues in terms of actually getting to clinical care. And that's where our helicopter really comes to the fore.
Let's go.
Our 2023 financials obviously circulated. We've circulated the accounts to the end of June 23. Quickly skip through that. Bottom line for financial analysis was, and there's some key points in there, but if you take the write-down costs and you take out the sale of some assets, because we had our Ole model helicopters, which we sold last year, we're break even. We literally have, very little freeboard in terms of our bottom line, which means that any reduction in funding, as would happen under this proposal, would actually see us running under a deficit. In summary, in this presentation, we don't want to come across as ungrateful. In fact, we're extremely grateful for the level of funding that we've had from Council and from the wider Northland public over the last 8 years. But it's important that community funding, certainly for the short and medium term, it looks like it's going to have to continue. Certainly every indication we've had from central government is that if we lose this funding, we will have to find it somewhere else other than Wellington. So for us, sorry, I'll just quickly skip through to that. We've received a lot of direct support coming in to Nest, and I think it's also evidenced by the fact that looking at the public submissions that have come in through the LTP, I think there's almost 2,300 submissions. And just from an anecdotal look at it, about 80% of those seem to be in support of continuing this type of funding, which is gratifying. And as Council can see from looking through our financials, we have no margin. Non-profit organisation, we literally have a cost plus presentation to the Crown, and we've got a contractual commitment to the Crown, which we have been reminded of on numerous occasions. You have a commitment under this contract to provide that $1 million of funding. Currently, the amount paid by the Regional Council represents about half of our annual commitment to community contribution. The rest we put into capital, into funding helicopters.
I think if you want to get your questions in.
So just finally, I just wanted to say that the loss of funding to Nest right now would be extremely catastrophic.
Yep.
We have very little time frame.
Yeah, we're well aware of that, but I don't want to cut off because I know that people are very passionate about this. So we'll start with Rick, Tui, and Peter Lucas.
Well, thanks very much. You say 15% is community funded, and you need some skin in the game. So if NRC didn't provide that 15%, where else in the community would it come from?
Thanks, Rick. Good question. It's really a case of beg, steal or borrow. In the first instance, we'd have to go begging, probably to the Crown, to donors and other sponsors. Next up would be stealing. We'd basically be stealing from our own reserves, which we've currently dedicated towards helicopter replacement and medical equipment, so eating into capital. And finally, we'd be borrowing, and it would be a fairly testy meeting with trustees, going to a bank and having to borrow to pay for operating costs.
Can I just ask you a question around that? Like I see that the Waikato helicopter is sponsored by like Greenlee, for example. What is that model being looked at for Nest? Like we've got some big.
We already have that, Jeff. We have North Power and Top Energy as our principal sponsor right here. Right. They have a committed sponsorship agreement, which forms part of our annual.
I see that in there, but is there any other? It's not branded. They're pretty low as in visibility that they're actually out there doing it. You do see the signs up, but they're not on the helicopter or anything like that.
Well, they are right down the tail section of the helicopter. Okay. Yeah, we've reserved the very front for the Regional Council.
No, I'm just asking.
They are emblazoned all the way down the side of the helicopter. And they've been the principal sponsor and partner of ours, the last 30 years. We're always looking at the opportunities for sponsorship.
Yep, no problem. I did no doubt you are. So we've got Tui next.
Kia ora, Paul. Nice to see you again. There was just one clarification that I was looking for on the slide 8 government funding. So we're talking about the utilisation of the helicopters by the Crown Health Agency. And on the other hand, 5% is for search and rescue. So
Not just search and rescue, it's search and rescue and miscellaneous. So we've got engineering flights, maintenance flights, basically unpaid flights.
sure. So am I to assume that the Crown agencies, the health agencies that you're serving are taking up around 95% of your service?
That would be correct.
Right. And so they're taking up 95% of the service, but they're only paying for 85%.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, just on that, is that a hindrance? Like with the overall running of the helicopters, they're all deteriorating. You know, like is that, do you see that as a bonus, or is it just keeping the helicopters? You know, if you didn't have that service, you wouldn't have as many helicopters, for example, or the cost, you know, is that degrading the service at all, having that?
Having
been a part of the medical service as part of the search and rescue, or, you know, local support?
Do you mean providing
enough to
search
cover
and
your-
rescue services as opposed to providing
medical support?
medical services? No, I think it's just ancillary, and it's always been part of and recognised by the Crown, incidentally, that partners with the community contribution. You can't claim those helicopters to be 100% dedicated to inter-hospital transfers, for example, when the community puts some money in for those machines for search and rescue.
Yep, just
I think it's a really good point.
Yeah.
You know, if we pay, we have a say, and that's the use of the helicopters to do things that are important in our community.
No, fine. I've got Peter Lucas.
I just want to acknowledge your suggestion about how we could perhaps strengthen the resourcing towards these types of efforts, including the provision of a targeted rate. And I'm just wondering how, whether Nest is willing to sort of explore what that could look like with the council.
Well, I was under the impression it was currently a targeted rate.
I know, but like, you know, like you're talking also about what, you know, what the challenges are, and there is a current sort of, there is a current number there. You know, there seems to be more and more things that you have to do. For example, in the far north, if the service wasn't available, it would be a very, very different situation for people that are confronted with, you know, very, very dire straight situations on the ground. And yeah, so that's the background to my question around what exploring what a targeted rate could look like, with this, what it looks like now, what it could look like in the future.
Well, we've always supported a targeted rate because I think it actually tells people what they're paying for. And I think people actually are more willing to accept a rate when they understand what that's being spent on. I think council generally does a good job explaining exactly how all the rates are broken down.
And the only reason I say that is because you brought to our attention that in terms of responses, you know, by and large, it's about 80% support for a continuing resourcing of these efforts.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people that come up to us and say, look, for $12 a year per household, $1 per month, I'm happy to pay that. That seems to be the consistent message that we're getting. So it seems to be a well-supported rate. I don't think rates are ever popular, a little bit like insurance, but that seems to be one part of your rating system at the moment that consistently gets a thumbs up from people.
I hate to shut you down.
Yep.
Okay, and I'll stop asking questions. Thank you.
Yep, John.
Thank you, Paul. The Fit Farmers had the AGM the other day, and the guest speaker pulled out Nest came and saved the day for us. Thank you very much. I had 3 great presentations on video. You had 2 pilots, and you had 2 women, obviously, you know, ones down with the boats and that. I just wondered whether that could be shared with us, whether you could send us those presentations. But I think it would open up the view of what you actually do. You had night vision, one was night vision, one you had a problem with language, so language barrier. One was a cruise liner. It was really
the cruise liner one's a great one, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Absolutely.
I don't want to shut you down. You're happy to share that?
Yep.
Okay, I've got to be quick.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. John Wansbone. You've still got 10 minutes, John. I'm not going to cut you short.
Yeah. Yeah.
O tēnā koutou katoa, ko John Wansbone tuku ingoa, no whangarei te re rangaparoa. Good morning, everybody. My name's John Wansbone. I'm the new Chief Executive of Sport Northland. Just started my post 2 months ago. And look, I'm here today to summarise our submission, which is in strong support of retaining the Northland Regional Sporting Facilities rate. But I'm also here standing alongside my fellow presenters and strongly opposing what your proposal was to track and withdraw funding for both. So strong supporter of option number 3. I just want to start with talking about what is the rate itself, and it's not about bricks and mortars and stadium and track and field events and etc. What it is about our community, and it's about their health, and it's about their well-being, and it's about how we can create a thriving Northland. These facilities enable opportunity to access health and fitness activities, and also brings events and fantastic other activities to our shores. Over the past, since 2008, we've developed through the rate a number of substantial, regionally significant facilities. They span right across the north. They span a range of sports. They also span large-scale developments and some smaller-scale developments. A couple of highlights here, I can just point out a couple of very new and fresh facilities about to open, or in the case of Kaikoura Sportsville, that just opened this month, but last month. And we've also got the Te Hiku Sports Hub, hopefully opening this month, which is a fantastic indoor aquatics facility in Kaitaia. Also has gym and fitness centre part of it as well, and some shared space. So on behalf of all of the consumers and users of sporting facilities, thank you past and present councillors for your historic and hopefully continued support for these fantastic developments. I'd like to say though that the job's not done, and I think it's a point of order I just want to clarify in your consultation handbook, which did come across in a way, and perhaps it was a little bit misleading, that it appeared as though that the job is done and we've only got rats and mice projects left over, and really there's nothing really of regional significance, and that's both incorrect and perhaps a little bit of a discourteous disservice to those community and sports groups who are actively working and supporting those projects to emerge. We do prioritise projects. When I say we, it's not Sport Northland. There is a wise council of planning and funding leads from the councils who come together, and they make a set of stage prioritisations working through. There's criteria that we use to identify what is a reasonable and appropriate project, and then there's also criteria to determine when it actually makes its way into the investment schedule. So those projects that have been delivered are not necessarily any more significant than those projects that are yet to come, and I'll share some examples of some pretty significant large-scale regional projects that are not far on the horizon. Before I get there, I just want to say, well, what does it mean if we don't have the rate? Well, I think it's it'll be a complete failure to our communities and presents significant risks. The first risk is around those current projects. So inevitably, it's going to mean that they are not going to be delivered as expected, whether that means to scale or to timeframes. And in one example in particular, and I'll talk about it shortly, Ruakaka, is that it's highly likely it won't even get off the ground. The other risk to us is that we start going backwards in terms of having very siloed district-led planning and funding decision-making. And that can create, doesn't create what's in the best interest for Northland as a region. You only have to look at what's panning out in Auckland with their stadium and the tribal mentality of, my stadium versus your stadium and retention. So really needing to celebrate what was a significant achievement working together as a region. Raelene Castle, Chief Executive of Sport New Zealand, was desperate to be here today. She couldn't break her commitment, but she sees the Northland model as the model for the rest of the country, and she's working her way across the country for other councils to adopt this regional approach. And also, if we don't have the rate, we're not going to be able to respond to future needs. The days of us growing up playing rugby, cricket, and tennis, and that's about all, is long gone. If you saw the news last night, you saw we've got the surfing team and the skateboarding team have been announced for the Paris Olympics. We've got a facility in Mangawhai, which is a fantastic facility that enables international level competitions at skateboarding. And I'm sure 20 years ago, if we suggested that to you, you probably would have thought, no, that's not what we see as sport and recreation. I was also down in Auckland last week and attended an event at the Wero Water Park. If you've seen that on the side of the motorway. Again, if I said to you 20 years ago that, you know, Auckland needs a man-made facility for people to do whitewater rafting, you'd probably say that's completely bonkers. So who knows what the next 20 years unfolds for us, for Tamariki and Rangatahi in terms of their aspirations for sport and fitness. Just doing a little bit of a case study for you before I talk about some of those projects. And I'll use indoor courts as the example. So we've undertaken a review of our provision of indoor courts, and it shows that we are 9 courts short in Northland. Basketball is the fastest growing sport in Northland. You only have to look out your window now and you'll see kids walking along with a basketball in their hands or wearing all their sporting apparels. So it is a significant growth sport in Northland, and it's actually the fastest growing region in the country as well for basketball. But we actually don't have the facilities. Even our own facility, Mackay Stadium, whilst we have 3 courts, they are customised to be squeezed in. They're not at what we call a competition graded sizing of courts. So across Northland, we've only got 2 facilities, and each of those can only equip to have 1 single competition graded size court, which means we're unable to host inter-regional championships. We can't bring the under 14s, under 16, under 18s. And of course, if you have those events, then that's significant prosperity to the region as well through those economic benefits as well. Whangarei District Council have identified that need and they've earmarked in their long-term plan procurement for land. And they see the need for the development of that large-scale indoor facility, which will be known as, the premier indoor event centre for Northland. Certainly a regionally significant development. Some of our other examples of projects that are underway, the Bay of Islands Sports Hub, Te Pua Waitanga. So stage 1 is complete. It's on the opposite side to the Waipapa shops. If you're familiar with that region, they've got fields and car parking and ablution blocks established. Stage 2 is actually about developing a facility, a hub, a multi-port facility in there as well. Ruakaka, they've developed their stage 1 program is developing a community rec centre. Stage 2 is expanding that to become the home of volleyball. So there's a need for a 2-court facility there. We've also got stage 2 for Dargaville Sportsville. And I just want to highlight the last 2 around aquatics and the indoor courts is that we've undertaken reviews. Those reviews highlight provision or a lack of provision. And so whilst there aren't necessarily set projects identified now, there are certainly the need is identified. And we'll be working with our council planning and funding leads to identify those emerging projects to address that provision deficit. Just an example for the aquatics facilities, we are currently 2,000 square metres of pool water short and projected over the next 2 years to be 3,000 square metres of pool water short. What does that mean? Well, the current Whangarei Aquatic Centre is 1,000 square metres of pool. So in essence, we need to develop, not necessarily develop 3 Whangarei Aquatic Centres, but we need to identify how do we enable greater levels of access to that amount of water needed. So I'll get to the nub of it. So clearly our preference is strongly towards option 3, which is retaining the full rate. I must say I was a little bit disappointed with how the consultation document was set out, and I don't know if it was intending to pit sporting facilities up against the emergency service, and that would never be one I think would be a fair and reasonable comparison to make. So I do feel a little bit like we have got a need for a little bit of compromise. And so what I'm willing to offer up is an alternative suggestion, and that is not to remove the sporting facilities rate in its entirety, and to look at how could we perhaps scale that back, ensuring that we can therefore provide for any critical development needs, but also ensures that you as a council are able to generate some level of savings to be withdrawn. So with that, my 1-minute call, I guess I just want to again thank you all for your taking the time to listen to me today, and thank you for supporting the raid in the past and hopefully the continuation of the raid going forward.
Thank you, John. Great passionate speech. That's you all done. So let's just open up questions. So we'll start with Rick.
Thank you. Look, my questions on the planned projects, you've listed 4 there. So will they go ahead if the rate stopped? And if they won't go ahead, are there any options for other community funding for those 4 facilities, or those 4? Aquatic facilities is 3, so I suppose you've got 7 there, not 4. So will they go ahead if the funding stopped?
But those 4 that are listed, I think there is a significant risk around Run, which is the Ruakaka Centre. I think that may well not get off the ground. The others are likely, they'll be impacted. They'll be impacted in terms of perhaps a rescaling or timeframes. But yeah, it's a Ruakaka Centre, which I think there's a real risk that we won't be able to get the volleyball facilities established.
Okay. And my other part was, is there anybody else likely to step up, say, for Ruakaka volleyball?
We haven't really, no one's yet asked me about central government. I guess if projects are, using the term, shovel ready, and if we're hearing, we're still hearing noise that potentially there's going to be some funding around there, perhaps that's an avenue. But I don't see the types of partnerships, commercial partnerships that will exist would be able to support that.
Thank you. Okay, John, I've got a question. There's been a lot of development done around schools lately, upgrading Whangarei Boys, for example, to Tama High School. What about their facilities, like their basketball courts, their sporting facilities? Is there any collaboration between that of, like you're going to upgrade your hall, most of them are too small, so basketball courts, let's make it, we can fund a bit and government will fund a bit and we get it that way? Is that ever a discussion, or you work in your own different silos?
No, there is certainly, and I'll use the aquatic facilities as an example. We've got a massive shortage of aquatic facilities. You only have to look around. They've also got a lot of pools, albeit behind locked doors, that we could be accessing. So there are examples where schools are working with communities. Te Kipunga High School is an example of that, where they've got a facility that's opened up and community members can use that. In terms of facilities such as gyms, no.
I mean, basketball courts, for example, when it's time to upgrade them, is there ever a discussion to say, shit, we can help, we want one that's actually going to be competition ready as a use for high school, and we want to be able to use it?
I know Northland Basketball was active in with the development of Whangarei Boys High. Whether they were able to respond to the aspirations of basketball, Northland Basketball is not clear. I don't know.
I don't know. It might be left for your question. I'm just asking, is there any discussion between
us
as we can use our bit of money, your bit of money, and actually get something that's suitable for the community?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, right.
There may be an example of that at Te Rangianiwaniwa and Kaitaia. I'm just wondering, those 2 locations that you drew our attention to that were competition grade courts, where are they located?
That would be Mackay Stadium at Kensington.
Oh, you said that Mackay was
squeezed into
a smaller sort of area, is that correct? You said the Mackay Stadium courts.
It's a facility that we can squeeze in 3. We call them community level courts. So they're more than okay for a social game of basketball.
Yeah, but they're not sort of like hosting.
You wouldn't be able to host an event. Wouldn't be able to host in a regional event or a representative event. And so you end up reconfiguring the courts, and then you can have one large court in the middle of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So, Tui.
Thank you. Kia ora. Were we on your board at some time?
Yes.
Weren't we?
Yes.
Regional Council was a board member at some point and you've restructured. I do recall, because at the time I said, let's ensure that we retain a strong relationship if we're no longer on your board. But I do appreciate your presentation today. When you're suggesting a drop in the rate to the $10, have you had any chance to understand what it would be that you would be cutting? Because I'm assuming that all of it's quite critical.
So that $10 value is what would be the absolute minimum. Anything below that, it actually becomes to the point that you're actually not making a facility of a region at a regionally significant level. And so we're comfortable at $10. When I say comfortable, we wouldn't oppose you if it was a reduction. We certainly would see risk to some of the lower priority projects. Anytime you prioritise, there are some that will be drop dead, non-negotiable, critical, and then there will be others. I guess there's a level of flex with.
Okay, well, thank you, John. Really appreciate everyone's effort here today. We have to wrap it up. We're running quite a bit over time, so we've got a long day here. So just thank you very much. We really appreciate all your services, and it's just a good chance to really appreciate what you guys do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, sorry, 5 minutes. So you can take it that it's been read, Robin. So if there's anything you really want to highlight, because it's critical that we get a chance to ask a question.
Kia ora koutou, I'm the chair of Weed Action Native Habitat Restoration Trust. And we're thankful of being able to make this submission to you in person, and to what our request is that we ask that you reconsider the budget saving proposal that you have put in, suggesting to scale back funding on existing biodiversity and biosecurity programs. So to emphasise Weed Action's reasons why we don't think this is the right thing to do, I want to call on the words of Simon Upton, the Environmental Commissioner for the Environment, who wrote a report called Space Invaders back in 2020. And he recently spoke on RNZ about his concern that very little has happened as a result of that report, and that, you know, on a national and regional level, you know, he was actually visibly frustrated that there has been very little progress made. So he really believes that and purported that we need to have a united approach to dealing with the weed problems that we're facing, and a weed management strategy, because the loss of the functioning ecosystems could be exponentially could see exponential decline unless something happens more actively than what is happening already. So he wants to really get across the line that the weed problem is here forever. It's going to stay, and we need a permanent engagement and increased investment nationally and regionally. And that this community that you've got here is your best ally for council. That we are the people that will help win the war on weeds. So Weed Action Native Habitat Restoration Trust receives funding from NRC for our high value area, under your high value area partnership program. And we work across 10,000 hectares of the Whangarei Heads landscape. It's a stunning, iconic landscape. And, you know, we really do appreciate the funding that we do receive and the support and expertise of the biodiversity team. However, just to be really clear, we are not winning the battle. There are some areas that you look at a forest and it looks beautiful, but underneath there's an understory of weeds, ginger, asparagus vine, tradescantia, and the native regeneration is, you know, suppressed. And then you've got other areas of tobacco, queen of the night, Aleagnus, moss plant, you know, climbing into the trees. So these large-scale infestations require resourcing, long-term commitment, and tenacity, lots of tenacity, just to even face going into some of these weed-burdened areas. So just to let you know how much, you know, we maximise the dollars that we do get from NRC. Last year, the volunteers contributed 4,018 hours, which equates to $120,000. We have 7 volunteer teams working across the Whangarei Heads area. We had 29 public engagements and 109 landowner visits to support landowners. And the good thing about receiving consistent funding from NRC is that we're able to leverage that for further funding. And last year we were successful in receiving $243,000 from Foundation North, which is a big chunk of money, but that was for the Mataranga Māori collaboration, and it was about engaging hapu iwi as conservation, their conservation interest in the area, and to work and support the development of Aki Taihiri. So we're asking 2 things. One is to provide additional funding for high value areas, and one is to resource the biodiversity team so that they can build the infrastructure to support the community. Northland is the weed capital of New Zealand, and a weed management strategy and a regional council leading the way so that we can begin to plan a way out of the creeping biodiversity loss we are facing is essential.
Well done. Thank you. I have to stop you there.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've just finished.
Yeah.
So have we got any questions? John and Jeff.
Thanks, Robin. I'm a farmer and I'm always dealing with weeds. I just wonder, these weeds dealing with, are they transferred by road? Like these road verges are supposed to, it used to be the farmer's responsibility, now it's your council.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with that? Are you doing the roadside as well as just the forest?
No, road verges are one of the biggest vectors for weeds, but also the wind. You know, so many of our weeds are, wind dispersed, and we do not work on road verges. We have occasionally got funding, but the cost of health and safety and traffic management is, and the safety of our volunteers is always a prime concern. And we do work with WDC, trying to get them to support us with road verge work, but they're very, very boundaried about what they will do.
Oh, thanks, Rob. I have sent a letter to the Mayor of Whangarei regarding your road, Whangarei Heads Road. I think all tourist routes should be started on.
Yeah.
There's been a real lack of funding. They used to actually fund about $200,000 a year in the Whangarei area.
Yeah.
And they used to do quite a bit of work, but now they only do it on call.
Yeah.
So we're working on that on your
Thank
behalf.
you. Yeah.
So really just appreciate all the hard work you guys do. It is a never-ending, thankless job.
Yeah.
And as you get your biodiversity better out in your area with the birds, hence you get weeds.
Absolutely.
So, so that's one of the parts of the problem. So thank you, Robin.
Okay.
Keep it short.
Yeah.
Because we're running short of time. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Okay, so we've got Anna Hewitt. Anna, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. So kia ora, I'm Anna Hewitt. I'm the operations manager at Parafed Northland, and also on the Northland Sports Coalition executive as the other sports category, as well as work out of Northland Sports House. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. Parafed Northland supports Northlanders with a disability to have equitable access to sport, active recreation and play for fun, good health and competition. Parafed Northland is a membership organisation with well over 100 members, but also support Northlanders with a disability who are not members in ways that they can be active. So 59,000 Northlanders, or 29% of our population, self-identify to having a disability. So quite a huge chunk and bigger than the national average. We're supporting option 4 to continue the rate for the emergency services and regional sporting facilities. It's really important to us. Parafed Northland has been involved in both the Whangarei Indoor Courts Plan and Regional Aquatics Plan, and are aware of the current and future projects, which are vital to ensure that our community as a whole have what it needs to ensure that they can access facilities that allow them to be active the way that they wish to be active. We know many of our facilities in Northland have aged and are not supporting the needs of people with disabilities. We know this is extremely hard and costly to retrofit existing buildings and spaces to make them accessible. When I talk about accessibility, I talk about universal design principles. So universal design is not just for the person that has a disability, but also the parent with the pram, the elderly population. So universal design benefits our community as a whole, not just the 29% I was just talking about. The continuation of this rate will ensure that Northland Region is doing its part to ensure spaces and places as our community, that our community as a whole can have quality experiences of being active. So we have seen some amazing benefits from the existence of the sporting facilities rate. One of this includes Polly Island Bike Park, which has benefited our members throughout Northern Region. We utilise the bike park so our members can experience cycling opportunities on a variety of different adaptive bikes. For many, this is the first time they've ever experienced cycling. Literally in term 1, we had a father in tears when he saw his son independently riding a trike, something he never thought his 12-year-old son would have the opportunity to do. We've also had members who utilise this safe space to go on and win medals at nationals representing Northland and head out and access our beautiful cycle trails up north, just from the confidence that they've been able to build by using this safe, accessible space. We hope that you will continue the emergency services and sporting facilities rate, as this decision will contribute to a Northland where every individual, regardless of their ability, can experience the joy and benefits that come from participating in sport and recreation. Together, let's ensure that our community as a whole can enjoy quality experiences and thrive to be in active, inclusive spaces. Thank you for your time.
Oh, well done. Great presentation. Thank you. We'll open it up to the floor for questions. Yes, we've got Rick.
Thanks, Anna. Look, I just want to ask about the confidence from you talked about the bike park, confidence from that. So are they able then to go and use the, like, other areas, like they go to mention other parts?
Yeah, so when a lot of our members that we support, they often need adaptive bikes and trikes. So you're not looking at your two-wheel bikes, you're looking maybe at tandems, so when you've got a person on the front, person on the back, or you've got trikes which are wider. And a lot of people do not have the confidence. Hand cycles is another one to be on the road or to be on footpaths or anywhere to actually experience that. You know, we've actually got one young member who now has independence and he can't drive, won't be able to drive, but he can cycle to and from work. And just from being able to utilise like spaces like that, and we just don't have enough of those.
Enough of those. Thank you. It's interesting.
Okay, well, Anna, it doesn't look like there's any other questions, so really appreciate taking your time out of your day to come and present to us. So thank you very much. Okay, we've got Angela Stolwart.
Now, I would declare my conflict of interest.
Okay, Angela, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Angela Stolwart Takawingwa, and like you'll realise, Rick and I share a special relationship, but this is my submission. I am speaking to retaining the emergency services and sporting facilities contribution. I've never been a paid lifeguard or never flown in the rescue helicopter, and I'm not presenting any financial or statistical figures to support my submission, and partly because statistics don't always tell the full story. Last summer, one of the best paid lifeguards I've ever spent a lot of time in Northland and the west coast beaches of Muriwai and Piha. His daily objective was no rescues. This approach requires a lot of experience, and like any expert, they make it look easy. They develop a sort of sixth sense, but in reality, he was very proactive. He led less experienced lifeguards and inspired them. He was always observing, anticipating, recognising any potential trouble. He was ready to communicate with all beachgoers, not just those within the flags. He was always giving sage advice while being 100% approachable. We don't want to lose skills like that when our beaches are at their busiest. One of my essential work colleagues, he's relatively new to New Zealand, and he asked me if I could show him how to boogie board. Ricky's 30 years old and he's a gorgeous, fit, healthy specimen. He's a great cricketer, hockey player, and good all-round guy. He arrived at the beach with his board shorts on and he looked every bit the beach goer. I gave him a board, we headed for the water, and what happened next is not unusual with some of our adult migrant community. We got sort of ankle, mid-calf depth, and then the next thing, he's down on his hands and knees, flailing about in the shallows. He was totally discombobulated by the feeling of the water swirling around his feet and the visuals of that happening. And I really worry about the Rickies and their families who rely on learning beach skills between the flags if there are reduced paid lifeguard services over the school holidays. In my younger days, I was a registered nurse in the emergency department Whangarei Base Hospital. One of my duties was to meet the rescue helicopter on the roof. I remember thinking that one of the perks of the chopper cruise jobs would be how awesome it would be going all over Northland, getting to see remote places, meeting with the people that lived there. Yet it is no mini break. As one of my nursey friends, Wendy, says, shit happens and it never makes an appointment. And while this was quite a long time ago now, I can vividly recall that knot of nervous anticipation that would build in my tummy while I waited for the chopper's arrival and wondering exactly what was about to emerge from it. I'd catch the elevator from ED to the roof and I'd stand where I could be seen by the approaching helicopter, but out of the way and trying best to shelter from the wind and whatever the weather elements were at the time. The helicopter would come in, it would hover, it would go lower and lower, and 3, 2, 1, touchdown. The rotor blades would slow and the door would open and out would come the paramedics and the patient on the stretcher. Not once did I experience a paramedic saying that it was a waste of their time, they didn't need to be sent, an ambulance could have done the job. Not once. Not once did I see a patient smile at me or give me a thumbs up. These people were sick. They were very sick. We'd all get in the lift. We'd head down to the trauma room for urgent treatment. And often after stabilising, these people would need to be piled back into the lift, back up to the chopper and head off to Middlemore or Starship for further urgent specialised treatment. I'd escort them back to the roof, and as they departed, I closed my eyes briefly and sent them all a good luck wish as they took off. These days, I frequently see the rescue helicopter in the air, and I still quietly send a good luck wish skyward for all on board. We're so lucky to have this service available to us. As for continuing the sporting fund, I do believe in that old adage, a kid in sport stays out of court. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the NRC for their foresight of being the collector of this rate and distributing it for the ratepayers. Aroha, my apologies on behalf of those of us who have not acknowledged your work in the past or even appreciated that what you've been doing was even a thing until now. Northlanders supporting Northlanders is core business. Please continue to rate for the emergency services and regional sporting facilities. Thank you for your time.
Well done, Angela. Okay, now we've just got questions. Couple of minutes of questions, so open the floor. All right, no questions. So thank you for your presentation. Well spoken. Thank you. All right, we have Amanda Bennett from Northland Regional Trails Project 2024.
The ones that I need the most. Well, kia ora koutou, everybody. My name, ko Amanda Bennett toka ingoa. My name is Amanda Bennett and I'm representing the Northland region. The 2024 regional project has been created to revitalise the 2018 Northland Walking and Cycling Strategy, agreed to by all Northland councils, including NRC. I've got some props to put on here today, and just bear in mind I'm putting on a cycle helmet, but I could be putting on tramping boots or hiking shoes. But today I'm in a cycling helmet. And what I'm going to do, the submission said an awful lot about what we needed to do, so I'm not going to go over any of that. I'm going to take you on a journey, okay? So, bear with me. Picture this if you can. A family of 4 leave East Auckland and drive to Helensville, where they park their car in a secured parking area. With their bikes and backpacks, they board the ferry to Dargaville. All aboard. Dad and teenage son get off at Potu to ride the missing link. Mum and teenage daughter stay on the boat and disembark at Dargaville to find their accommodation, go to the supermarket and get supplies for the next day and dinner. They get up the next morning and they ride on the KVT to the Babylon Creek, head up to the Kauri Coast Bike Park, more dollars, head over to Kaiwi Lakes for a swim. Back on their bikes, they head to the Ahakiwi Marae, sleep in the Wharanui, have a hangi for dinner, and have many stories told about Te Ao Māori. In the morning, a Te Roroa van collects them for a treetop experience. They see Tāne Mahuta. They visit a tree plot that they've sponsored, where they get to plant native trees and can come back to visit and weed their family plot next time they're in the north. After lunch, the Te Roroa van drops Dad and son at Donnelly's Crossing, where they start the grade 4 bike up over the old Waiku coach road through the Waimea forest and then down into Horeke. Mum, daughter and bikes get dropped off at Opanoni for the afternoon. They have a swim, get some lunch, visit the Mania footprints of Kupe. They ride their bikes to Rawene, catch the ferry. Here we go, all aboard. Across to Kohu Kohu. There they ride their bikes to meet Dad And son at Horeki, they have dinner and stay the night at the Horeki pub. More dollars. On the bikes, they go. In the morning, they ride the Pohiringa Tai Twin Coast Trail to Okaiha, to Kaikohe for further supplies, to Nafa Springs for a soak, to Kawakawa for lunch, a train ride. Hang on a minute, folks, here we go. To Opua, into Paihia where they stay the night. The next day, they put on their bike helmets again and they visit the Waitangi Treaty Grounds where they learn about the predator-free project, which spans across the 3 peninsulas in the Bay of Islands and supports diverse projects that are working towards being predator-free. Fantastic work. Then they catch the ferry. Here we go again. In the afternoon, across to Russell, spend the night at the Russell Top 10 Holiday Park. In the morning, they grab their cycles, they ride along the Wangamumu and the Wangaruru harbours to Helena Bay. They grab some takeaways for dinner. They stay the night at a B&B. They get up the next morning to cycle through Sandy Bay, Matapuri for an ice cream, onto Tutakaka Nangaru, and then into Whangārei. They need more supplies by now, so they go food shopping before heading to get their bikes fixed. The kids need more clothes, then on to accommodation. For a change, they go to the movies. They might even go to the bike park at Pohi. And early next morning, they visit the Huntavasa Museum, more dollars, catch the ferry. Here we go again. Head across to Marsden Cove. Disembarking the ferry, they ride the shared path from Bream Bay to Ruakaka, then to the trail to Waipu Town and Waipu Cove. Waipu Cove, yay for Waipu Cove, stopping for a swim and coffee, dollars. Heading up to the hills to enjoy the mountain bike parks at Waipu, Bream Durans, then heading on to Mangawhai Campground for a night, more dollars. Next day, it's on the bikes again, up Gibbons Road, through the underpass on State Highway 1, we're dreaming a bit here, folks, but that's all good to dream. And then onto Mountain Road to ride the Heartland Ride, through to Mongatoroto for coffee and cake, Paparoa to the mountain bike trails, onto the Matakoi Museum, back onto the Heartland Ride to stay on a sheep farm at Arenga, more dollars for our community. In the morning, it's on the bike again to climb Toka and look at the views up the river, up the Northern Water and the Kaipara Harbour, back into Dargaville to stay the night, more dollars. It's the last night of the holiday, so Dad says he's going to shout dinner, yay. And the next day they catch the ferry back to Helensville. They climb into their car when they get back to Helensville, which has not been used for 11 days, folks. So that's great for the carbon footprint. Weary, however, with memories of amazing experience about the history of Northland Taitokerau, the great outdoors, helping to save the environment, supporting the businesses and communities of our region, and spending quality and healthy time as a family. Meeting new people, making new friends. They're already planning the next trip as there are so many experiences they just did not get the chance to take. Guess what? This story is closer to reality than you think. It just needs planning and collaboration. And that is what this 2024 project is all about. Guess what else? Mum and Dad are now thinking seriously about moving from the hustle of Auckland to the north. She is a project manager, he's a secondary school teacher. They whakapapa back to iwi in the north and they want to give back to their community. They've always wanted to build their own home, grow a garden, live a rural life. Think about this. They may not have considered this if not for the walking and cycling trails. The more people like this family who visit, love and live in the north equals more people to disperse the cost of our existing challenges like roads and rates. We commend the council for focusing on fixing the roads and concentrating on recovery from Gabrielle. However, we still need to invest in our future. And we know from other regions around New Zealand that walking and cycling tourism provides significant return on investment. Northland Regional Trails LTP submission is asking NRC to continue to co-fund a project lead role for the next 3 years and continue to support the implementation of trails across your district and our great region, supporting this legacy project to continue. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry about that. It's a lot to read in 5 minutes.
Well done. I don't know how often you rehearse that. It's well done. And, I've done 80% of those that conversation you did, and I'm awesome. I love it. So I'd just like to open it up to John and Marty.
Thank you, Amanda. I didn't even recognise you, so I went to school with Amanda and my brother Simon. We talked about the skate park at Mangawhai today. He was main fundraiser from Bill Rob.
Yep.
I just say thank you very much for that extremely entertaining presentation, and it sort of opened up the northern possibilities of cycleways and the income it brings in. I'm just saying well done. I was so impressed with it. I don't really give a question. Thank you, Amanda.
Okay, thank you. Marty?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Amanda. I'm just wondering, I suppose we're all wondering, how do we get inside that handbag?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To get the money out, whether we do it by rates or is there another way that we do it? So that's the dilemma, I suppose.
Sorry,
That's our dilemma, I suppose.
how do we get in, how do we get the money?
How do we get that money to be able to build the trails, etc., as opposed to the ratepayer paying it?
Yeah, and a lot of that is about bringing the people up north. I mean, getting the feet on the ground, people on the bikes, spending the money, staying the night, doing all of those things. And, you know, as all of us know, our next door neighbour is the biggest population in New Zealand, the biggest international airport in New Zealand. And you know, when you listen to that story, it starts at the bottom end of Kaipara and it finishes in Kaipara, the whole link that goes all the way around. So we're actually helping all facets of Northland, and that's what I love about it.
Certainly got that.
Okay. Thanks, Marty. Rick, you got a question?
Great story, Amanda. Thank you. How much of that is actually completed?
The link itself?
Yeah.
Well,
Because I'm familiar with the plan and been around a while.
Yep.
So, well, I know there's a few new bits been done. So how much is completed now, do you think?
Percentage-wise, I haven't got a number on it, but Pohanga Tai, of course, is at the top. Kaihu Valley Trail, which I was part of the team for building that, is stage 1 completed and stage 2 is ready to go. We just need more funding. And the Heartland ride from Dargaville to Mangawhai is on our project. It's one of the priority, which is closer than what you think, apart from the underpass. But, you know, it's all about talking to people who've got the dollars. And that's what the project's all about, collaborating and talking and networking with the right people. So, to be fair, there's been a lot of work done in bits and pieces around Northland over the last, well, this was done 6 years ago. It's the collaboration and the planning that's really vital now to get this underway.
So over half, do you think?
I wouldn't say over half, no.
No, probably.
Thank you.
A lot less than that, what I understand. But, you know, I've cycled a lot of trails around New Zealand and we're way behind.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And, you know, I did the Wilderness Trail down the West Coast and all that sort of stuff. It's such a tourism tract. Do you have any conversation like with Northland Inc. On funding options and stuff like that?
Yep,
Do you see the model? Okay.
Yes, we have. Yeah, we've
Okay,
had
no,
lots
that's
of
all right.
conversations. Yeah,
All
and I appreciate that may be where the funding comes from through NRC through to there.
Yep.
But also lots of conversations around the marketing and how we can actually get more people coming in to do these things. That
It's a huge tourism.
oh,
forecast that we do,
absolutely.
right? Huge. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Amanda,
Lovely.
for your
Thank you for the
information.
opportunity.
Outstanding. All right. So we've got Libby Jones next. Libby, you know the rules. Got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Good morning. My name is Libby Jones and I live on a farm near Paparoa in the Kaipara district. I work in Whangarei. I'm the co-chair of Sport Northland and I'm supportive of their submission. However, in this instance, I'm submitting on behalf of myself and my family. So I request that the Regional Council continue with the sporting facilities targeted rate. So why do we need to keep the sporting facilities rate in Northland? There are economic benefits for Northland, having the rate continue to build further regional facilities. Having good facilities and infrastructure are factors that families and businesses consider when moving to or living in areas. It becomes a positive snowball effect. For the projects that have already been completed, the rate was invaluable in enabling other funding to be generated through trust, district councils, government MB funding. The funders need to see the community support and the buy-in from the community for them to be able to support these projects. So the money from the small amount that you rate from each household, which is $15 a year, then gets multiplied by the other money that comes into Northland from other funders. It also increases the amount of volunteer time and input into those projects. The projects that have occurred have been throughout Northland, not just based in Whangarei or the bigger centres, which has increased equitable access. If we don't have this rate, we may find that it is the bigger centres only that can continue to develop further facilities. The ones that I'm most familiar with living in Kaipara are Maz and Mangawhai and Sportsville and Dargaville. I saw the work that went on to secure the funding, which is hard to obtain in a relatively deprived area such as Northland. Our family have used both of these facilities and we've seen increased sporting participation, such as skateboarding, which has now become famous in Mangawhai, as well as the economic and social benefits for that area and for the wider Kaipara. There are more projects in the regional plan needing to be developed and built. These are across Northland and are significant regional facilities, such as the volleyball centre in Ruakaka, multi-sport in Waipapa, indoor court facility here in Whangarei, and further developments in the far north. There are obvious social, health, wellbeing and connectedness benefits alongside the economic benefits to participating in physical activity and sport. We all know how good physical activity and sport are for people. Being part of teams, being active. And we know that for young people especially, there are plenty of other things that draw them away from being physically active, including their devices. Northland already has very poor health statistics, some of the worst in the country. This is your opportunity to be part of the solution to a healthier, thriving Northland instead of potentially making it worse. I also support the retention of the emergency services rate. If NRC chooses to stop collecting these two targeted rates, then that money will not come into the rating pool. They are specific targeted rates that cannot be used for any other purpose. The consultation document did not explain that clearly, in my view. I've looked through many of the over 2,000 submissions that NRC have received, because I was looking for a copy of mine, so I looked at a lot of them, and many support, as I do, option 3 to continue to support both rates. So even when the question this time for the sporting rate has been pitched alongside emergency services rate, there are still many positive responses. However, I do believe that if it had been presented separately, even more people would have responded specifically to the sporting rate question. I think it was unfortunate that it got put there, pitched against alongside the emergency services rate. As Northland, we need to support our own region. We are forever saying we are the forgotten region, and so here is our chance to continue to lead the way in true Northland style.
1 minute ago.
Northland Regional Council has a vision of thriving Northland. These rates assist with thriving communities. So in summary, the sporting rate has economic, social and health benefits. There are more significant regional projects in the plan to come. It increases equitable access for Northlanders across the whole region, unlocks other fundings, and it contributes to a thriving Northland. Keep both rates, please. Ngā mihi nui.
All right, thank you, Libby. Well spoken. We're just going to open it up to the floor for any questions. No questions at this moment. I think everything's been covered by previous speakers, but I really appreciate the time and effort that you put into that, and it's definitely taken on board.
Appreciate it.
So thank you.
Thanks, Libby.
Awesome, Libby. We've got John Wilkinson.
Johnny's currently not here.
All right, well then we'll close it down for lunch then and take a break. Sure. So thank you very much. We will resume, Scott, here at 1:10. Is she nervous? Happy with the way she presented?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I
good
like it.
story.
It's different. Yeah, I like the storytelling.
Stories are good.
Yeah.
It's a good way of presenting that.
Yeah, that the cycle one was good too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Such a lot of money in that recreational cycling.
Amazing, eh? Especially when you look at the WAP. I mean,
You know, what I'm mainly doing is getting the older people out on the
yeah, and those mountain ones.
When you said
Huge amount of elbows. Sorry. Yeah. When you go through New Zealand, there's all elderly people on the weekend, on the weeks, during the week.
at our place at Ewarewa, it was often used. Just assumed it was a walking track.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can't blame them.
Now I have to declare my conflict of interest because the first speaker was Surf Life Saving again.
Okay, righto.
We just take that as a stock standard.
Well, I thought I'd better do it every.
So we're ready to start. So we've got Kat Manning, Waifu Cove Surf Life Saving.
Yep, that's you, Kat.
Yep.
Hello, I'm
Yep.
Kath. So I'm from Waifu Cove Surf Life Saving. My role there is the club captain. So that makes me in charge of making sure we've got enough surf lifeguards on the beach and enough equipment. I'm also our search and rescue coordinator. So any incidents that happen outside of volunteer hours, I coordinate our team there. We're all volunteers. I'm also a Northland duty officer, so that means any critical incidents that need debriefing and supporting, I cover that. So anywhere in Northland, from far north to Mangawhai. I can be tasked to Auckland, but I choose not to. And I just wanted to show you a bit about what we do and our thoughts. I've also spoken to all the other, there's 6 clubs in Northland. They couldn't be here today because we're all volunteers, so they're all at their jobs. But they're happy for me to represent them as Westfield volunteers. So I'm going to play the.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do this and see if the sound works. If it doesn't, it might come out. Thank you. Okay.
Councillors,
That's just listening to us and tripping.
Yeah. Is everybody agreeing with you?
3 times over by the sounds of that.
Yeah.
volunteer. My actual patrolling hours this season were about 80-ish, but the hours I put into the club would probably be at least 20 hours a week.
Okay.
I haven't ever actually measured it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome commitment. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Anne?
Pema paso papo. Po anu ho, po anu papo anu more rapu aho. Mr. Chair, councillors, senior staff, thank you very much for having us today. I'm here with my colleague, Abel, as my support person around my speech. I've had head and neck cancer, so I'm here on that. We had prepared a wonderful slideshow, and we're going to talk to that. We wanted to bring to life the stuff that we do down at Pilbara Conservation Trust. So the premise was this one to talk to some of the highlights of what we have delivered. So if we start with, who of us have a dream? We have a dream that we could achieve the sort of mainland sanctuary down in the Brimberlands, something like the Family Heads. We were inspired by what they had done. You know, grown 70 peewee to 800 or 1,000, amazing. We found out that we had 40 of them in the Brimberlands and went, oh, they're in our backyard. Didn't even know about them. So what did we do? So we gathered together with the help of Pilbara Post, a group of about 40 people, and set up Pilbara Brimberlands. That was 7 years ago. NRC came on board and started funding us with an annual grant 5 or 6 years ago. Thank you so much for that. We want to talk about what we've done with that money, what we're delivering, and where we're going to go next. So,
thank you. Hello. So I'll talk a little bit about the vastness of what we do. So for those that are not aware of where we are, we go Waipu through to the Mangawhai head side of things in the HVA. We are the closest landing point to the outer shore islands, predator-free outer shore islands. Our groups consist of catchment groups where we work rurally with farmers and landowners for water care. We work with our schools and are taking our programs now into the schools to cover an all-encompassing conservation aspect with about 5 or 6 schools at the moment. We have a vast array of trapping groups, weed control groups. We work with our track builders and trackies. And we have a partnership with people like the New Zealand Air Force that come and work with us to help on our conservation efforts with their new people in their team. We do a lot of coastal side work as well with our dune care, beach management side of things for weed control. And just, I mean, a vast array goes through with the complexity of obviously very rugged hillside right down through into coastal areas, tracks and urban areas as well. So it's a very diverse area.
So in our submission, we asked for 2 things. The first one, who's put the HCA funding? Community puts are the best value in town. We're delivering over $5 of value for every $1 of NRC. So we multiply and scale up your effort. So noting that our HCA funding is a part of that, it's been eroded by CPI. So we're having to do more with this. So we'd like to make that point. And in terms of what we're doing more of, we are now trapping 100 times more than we were 6 years ago. So the intensive area that is trapped around Puru habitat is now 200 times bigger than Windstar. It's amazing. Mostly volunteers. The second thing we've asked is report in the freshwater area about putting money into FAP delivery, so farm environmental plans. We have been very successful in getting an NPI grant, 600,000 for 2.5 years to deliver catchment projects for the whole of Glen Bay and Pahahiwai. The Pahahiwai component is completely autonomous for Pasaharapiti. We have said, we've got the money in, here's the money, do the river in Pahahiwai. And they're doing that work in an amazing way on the river there. Working with Samoa Maori landowners, and looking at fish passage, riparian fencing, riparian planting, and achieving a lot. So we've asked that what we might consider as part of the freshwater funding is to go on and support catchment boat work. We think it's a good model. It's got the ability to get communities, farmers, growers, producers all working together. So we ask you to give that consideration.
So as I mentioned, our area is the Mangawhai end at the Auckland boundary, right the way up into Waipu for our HVA area, and that is over 23,500 hectares of land. And on top of that, with the catchment area that we work within, that's another 30,000 hectares in the Bream Bay area, with some slight overlap at the Waipu side of things. And as I mentioned, we're on that right at that front ground of first landing point for our native species, and that off the offshore predator-free islands.
So just to finish up, what have we delivered? We've got 6 catchment boats operating in Bream Bay now. One of those at Pahahiwai, 5 in Bream Bay, Waipu River, Aharoa, Pohumuri, Waihunehu, and Ruataha. We have got over 100 piri in the Brimlands or Piriwa Hills. We have got increases in 5-minute bird counts, with some bellbirds starting to pollinise at Glentower for the first time in 40 or 50 years. We've got trumpet, Peruru, Pirahawaha, all increasing, and we're starting to make inroads into test parts as well. Farming asparagus is awful, but it's hard work.
Okay, we just have to stop you there.
That's fine.
The presentation's been outstanding, and I have been to your presentation that we had down at the Cricket Pavilion. Unbelievable. So well done. Okay, so I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Yep. No, look, you mentioned in your submission, for every dollar NRC puts in, you get $4 plus. So just a little bit more around that.
Look, I'd say that's a very, very conservative number, because it's really hard for us to exact measure landowners who are doing work on their own land, because it doesn't go into a group that we track with our health and safety processes, etc. So I'd say that's an incredibly conservative number for us.
I think you're the oldest group going, aren't you, in Northland?
Not quite second, I think.
Okay, second, but amazing work done. All right, so if there's no more questions, I'd really like to thank your presentation. We all understood what you were saying, so excellent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got Craig. Craig is from Northland Fish and Game Council.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just a really brief introduction for Northland Fish and Game. So we exist under the Conservation Act, and our primary function is to manage, maintain and enhance the sports fish and game resource in the recreational interest of anglers and hunters. Sports fish is referring to freshwater sports fish, namely trout, and game is game birds, so your ducks, pheasants, swans, and things like that. A big part of our function is to advocate for the protection of sports fish and game habitat, namely freshwater quality and wetland protection, preservation and restoration. We recently made a substantial submission on the draft freshwater plan, and our primary concern with the long-term plan is to ensure that funding is going to be provided for the implementation of the freshwater plan once it's proposed in 2027. The timeline for proposal of the freshwater plan was pushed back to 2027. Once proposed, it will be enforceable. The long-term plan is for the time window of 2024 to 2034, which means that implementation of the new freshwater plan will occur for up to 7 years of the lifespan of the long-term plan. With the consultation for the freshwater plan, Why It Matters consultation document stated that in order to achieve meaningful ecosystem health improvements, actions such as riparian planting and fencing with a 10-metre setback would be required. The draft action plan, which was associated with the freshwater plan, stated that to make a meaningful contribution to supporting landowners across the region will require a significant investment which is well beyond ratepayers' means. If funding to implement the new freshwater plan is going to create such a cost pressure, it probably needs to be accounted for in the long-term plan. The long-term plan mentions a growing need for environmental science and data. Water quality monitoring was not mentioned in the long-term plan, but it will be critical if practical freshwater plan that meets the outcomes of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, the parent document, is to be implemented. Monitoring data for freshwater attributes is currently insufficient. Water quality attributes must be known at a catchment and freshwater management unit level prior to drafting a new freshwater plan so that the start state can be ascertained. This will then enable the drafting of an action plan that will shift water quality from the current state to the desired state required by the National Policy State for Freshwater Management. The other part that we, so with regards to the long-term plan, also Fish and Game is supportive of increased consent compliance monitoring capacity. That is all I have to say. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, we open the floor for questions. All right, I just have one question.
I guess I've got a question. Yeah, just trying to phrase it first. What a relationship with, it's run a few things, relationship with Hapu and Iwi regarding trout and introduced species of birds like swan and paradise ducks, which can sometimes be a bit of an anachronism. For instance, a little mapiri for too many birds is tutai in the way. So one is that relationship there for what can be regarded as best fish. Fully agree with water quality, etc. But there's a bit of conflict there, and I'm not sure if this is a forum to sort that out. But just wondering on your relationships with Hapu and Iwi.
There's a lot to unpack in that question there. Point of correction: paradise ducks are indigenous, and black swan are classed as native, so they're not introduced pests, as you might say. It's also incorrect to call trout a pest by legislation. They're classed as a sports fish. The attitudes towards trout vary across the nation, I would say. Some people are favourable towards them, some people aren't. Our relationships with Hapu and Iwi, we generally manage day-to-day relationships at more of a local level. So, for example, if we have a wetland that we're restoring or maintaining in a particular area, then we engage with the local Hapu there with regards to the works we do or the development work. Yeah, but I mean, it's always something that we're working to improve on as well. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but thanks. Really fully agree with riparian protection enhancement. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you for your submission speech. There's no other questions.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tracy.
Well, you'll be relieved to know I'm not here asking for money. And as you would have seen, our submission was very short, sharp and dirty because we've got a bit of fatigue for submissions. So please bear with me when I kind of, give you more information. Anyway, thank you for having me here. My name is Tracy Bizzetto and I chair the Northland Council of the New Zealand Automobile Association, which has over 1.8 million members. Northland is one of 18 district councils with a membership of 53,000. The council's submission to your draft long-term plan is regarding the need to have a regional approach to delivering joined-up services for roading and transportation in Northland. While the NRC, compared to the 3 Northland district councils, is not an owner of roading assets, you have a unique role in managing the transport requirements for our region. Your involvement in land transport includes strategic planning for the future land transport needs of the region, involvement in road safety, and administration and marketing of the CityLink Whangarei bus service. I have 4 reasons why this regional approach to delivering joined-up services for roading and transportation is fundamental for the Northland region to grow and prosper. Economic potential. The recent report by the Northland Corporate Group to unleash the economic potential of Northland through the proposed 4-lane expressway connecting Tito Tokerau to Auckland by 2040 quantifies how transport infrastructure can change lives. By combining our resources and being collaborative in our approach on a region-wide basis, Northland has the opportunity to achieve better outcomes for its economy and residents. Your draft LTP includes your vision for the next decade is to create a region that thrives economically by encouraging responsible growth and land use, embracing innovation, fostering well-being and nurturing a healthy environment. Having a highly skilled and responsive team delivering Northland's roading and transport services will be an enabler for this vision. It was proposed at the February Mayoral Forum that the 4 Northland councils collectively prioritised the regional infrastructure projects they wanted to promote for funding. Recent meetings with government ministers and CEOs of large Tito Tokerau businesses have established that our region needs to advocate with one voice to be heard and to be effective. The work that the Mayoral Forum undertook in producing the Blue Book, establishing the infrastructure damage from last year's severe weather events within weeks, quantifying what work was required and requesting funding ensured that decision makers had the information required in a timely manner to respond. This work would not have been produced without the knowledge and skill base of a regional roading and transportation team. The Land Transport Management Act 2003 is the legislation that establishes regional transport committees. Your council must appoint 2 persons to represent the Regional Council, who are then Chair and Deputy Chair of the RTC. The primary function of this committee is the preparation of a regional land transport plan for approval by the Regional Council. Therefore, the Northland Regional Council is an integral part of the planning and development of our land transport objectives, policies and measures for at least 10 financial years. Northland as a region can afford to attract and employ skilled specialists to provide the resources for developing this plan. Individual councils would not be able to. As the region with the highest number of road fatalities per head of population, Northland must do better. Northland has 18.8% of New Zealand fatalities to date, 19 this year. Half of the total 2023 fatalities, and we're only at the start of May. The RTC oversees and signs off the Regional Land Transport Program on the work of the Road Safety Action Planning Team. A key strength of this plan is in working together to communicate and share responsibility for issues. Results are gained from a long-term view and a consistent approach. This integrated regional approach to road safety ensures that there are highly skilled road safety engineers working with road safety partners to identify priority areas of action based on data. The AA Northland Council is aware of decisions being made regarding the current delivery vehicle for a regional approach to road entry transportation, following a Section 17A review of the Northland Transport Alliance. Our submission is to ensure that there is retained a regional approach to roading and transportation services, including public transport and road safety initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Now we have the chair of the RTC amongst us. I'm sure that would like to ask any questions, Joe, or you?
Yes. So thank you for explaining the situation as you see it. I just wondered if you could help explain to us why the condition of our roads, Tracy, in Northland are so variable. Some places particularly poor. You may have
Yeah, sure.
Information there.
Yeah, I'm sure as you're aware, my council and AA nationally have been advocating very much about the funding. We all know that actually there isn't enough funding under the current funding model to do the work required, and also part of the challenge is how they designate our roads, and our roads do not meet the top priority, and therefore the condition that's acceptable for our roads is not what we expect or what we need as a region. So part of it is funding, part of it is the severe weather events that have actually just caused chaos when you've got an infrastructure that hasn't been maintained properly. But what I will say is I don't think it's the current regional approach that has caused the majority of those problems. I think the problems are more nationally.
I think that's a good response. Good.
Tracy, you talked about you didn't come here to ask for money, but
no.
And you've mentioned you've mentioned what's happening at the moment. I'm interested in if you think there's anything we should be doing to improve, like you've mentioned the RTC, the regional approach, what isn't working, any ideas you might have to improve or make it more efficient, I should say.
Oh, right. Is that the current regional, the current vehicle? The whole thing. I'm not involved in the detail of how NTA work. I just know from a council's perspective, we have quarterly meetings with the Northland Transport Alliance and NZTA that are very effective. Instead of, like, to be honest, I'm doing 4 long-term plan submissions to the 4 councils, whereas when it comes to advocating or wanting more information on transport, we have 1 meeting with one body. So unfortunately, Rick, I'm not able to give you any further details.
So the quarterly meetings are enough?
For us, yes, and I attend the Regional Transport Committee meetings. We would love to be able to sit on the workshops with the Regional Transport Committee. That's a conversation.
That's
an ongoing conversation I've been having with the chair.
That's fine. Thank you. Got that one suggestion.
Kia ora, Tracy. Peter Lucas Takuingoa. I'm keen to understand what anecdotal or observations you might have about the roads from Whangarei North. There clearly is a lot of attention occurring roads from the south into Whangarei, but you might have some very useful information about the condition of different locations of the road heading north.
So one of my councillors is Councillor Ann Court from the Far North District Council. So she keeps us very aware of what's happening with the roads further north. And I also have Councillor Lambeth from the Kaipara District Council on my council. So in regards to the Kaipara roading. So again, a lot of that is funding. The rating base is very low for the Far North District Council, and the FAR rate, which is how much NZTA top up the work, doesn't meet the needs that they have. But my understanding is the Far North have the most bridges of any district in New Zealand, and currently with this regional approach we have, there is a specialised bridging engineer, And the concern is that that position might be lost. We go back to individual councils.
All right, okay. All right, well, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tracy.
Kia ora.
Tony Phillips, is that it? Flips?
Sure, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
Well, kia ora koutou katoa, Chair, councillors and ex-colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to make a submission and support my submission. I'm here as a 40-year resident and ratepayer of our lovely region. And although I'd have to say that some of my submission is based on 40 years experience in local government in Northland and my observations and conclusions from that. I primarily came in to advocate for the continuation and hopefully increase in funding for the NRC's Water Resilience Fund. It wasn't obvious from looking at the long-term plan whether you're going to continue to fund that or not. But for the reasons that I hope you're all well aware of, basically that there's many in our region that still, in 2024, do not have access to adequate fresh water for their daily basic needs, which is a basic human right. New Zealand signed up to all the relevant UN declarations around it being a human right to access to adequate fresh water, and yet, I guess almost somewhat shockingly, in 2024, there's still hundreds, perhaps if not a few thousand people in our region for whom that's not the case. I think 40% of the population is not on council supplied public water supplies, 90% of Marae are not. A whole chunk of that population not on relies on just does not have adequate basic water infrastructure. I mean, this was well, this was highlighted during the 2019 to 2021 drought and the pandemic. Once you go and have a look at the problem, it's a chronic and long-term problem in terms of lack of just basic water infrastructure. And, there's lots of people who get their water and have it in small containers is pretty much all they can do. And the other thing around this problem is historically it's been highlighted by nobody taking responsibility for it. So no agency or government department or councils seem not to see it as their problem. So I guess, great that NRC stepped up and took a lead and had a go at trying to make a difference. And my observation of it in participating in it is that the Water Resilience Fund has proven and shown that real gains can be made through using what have turned out to be keen and capable local providers. So I think that's one of the beauties of it. The council just has to raise the money collect the money, and the rest is done by community providers who have good links with the community and have been successful. So, yep.
Right.
And I think $1 million a year would be, doubling it, would be deliverable and make a big difference over a 3 to 5 year period. So, Emergency Services Fund. Again, I think this is another step up leadership thing where there's a bit of a historically been not our job card being played by people. In that until there's some other funding, continuing it to fund, at least a paid lifeguard service, because there appears to be no other way to fund that, and also the helicopter service at least. I'd also like to advocate just quickly for, in support of joint and shared services with the council. That's my observation, that if these are done well and the councils really properly support them, they are more successful at achieving objectives. So continuing to support the continuance of the NTA for the reasons that are in the original business case and in the first 17A report, and that, in terms of having being able to recruit the capability and capacity across the region, and if it's scrapped, I think they'll just go back in the same cycle again of one or two of the districts not having the expertise and capability, and the whole thing will go backwards again.
Tony, I'd just like to cut in. Your time is up, but if you've got something real important that you want to get over to us before you leave, now's the time. Okay, because I think there's a few questions. Okay, so we've got Rick.
So Tony, that's great, thanks. I just want, mine's on the Water Resilient Fund. Now, you know, $1 million a year at the time didn't seem whether it was neither here nor there. Like, it's a lot of money, but it didn't seem like it's going to make a big difference. And I just want to understand what you know, it has made a difference. So what do you think is the one thing we didn't know then that we know now about what that money has done? You think, is there one big lesson?
Well, I think two big lessons. One is the actual scale of the problem and seeing it, and it's more widespread and more chronic. It's not just when we've got a big drought problem. It's an every summer problem. And I think the presentations I've given before, which have the figures that basically show that, you know, people with a large family in a small house with poor infrastructure are going to run out several times in a normal summer, let alone a drought. And then the other thing that we've learned is that there are capable providers that are connected to the communities that know the people, know the need, and know how to get infrastructure delivered and connected on sites. So
perfect. Thank you. Very good.
Okay, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Nairi is put her apologies in, so she's out. We'll go down to, is it Marie Stewart?
Yes.
Maurice, isn't it? So he wants to welcome this is like a Murphy Trust. Oh, yeah. You'd like to welcome her? Yes.
Sorry, just go.
No.
Oh,
Great to see you, Maurice.
Hey, Jeff, nice to see you back in the country.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi kia koutou, ko Maurice Kiri Stewart tōku ingoa. Engari, a lake is land covered with water. It is as much part of that surface and is capable of being occupied as is land covered by forest or land covered by a stream. This was a statement associated with Judge Aitchison's landmark decision to award the lake bed and the body of water that sits on it to the Lake Ōmārepire Trust on behalf of the Ngāpuhi people back in 1929, about 95 years ago. I'm a newcomer to the Lake Ōmārepire Trust. However, what I'd like to do is just provide you a quick summary of where we're at. You've seen the document that's before you, so we won't relitigate those issues. But saying that we are so proud of being in a relationship with the NRC, and I'd like to now further that, or whakamana that relationship, by introducing to you Hone Dalton, who has been recently appointed as our project manager. He comes to us with 38 years of operational experiences and deployments in Bosnia, East Timor and Afghanistan, training hundreds and thousands of men to implement systems and operations. He also led the Ngāpuhi Kaupapa, which won the 2022 NRC Supreme Award for kaitiakitanga. So thank you for that, NRC. And he's also been delivering that water resilience project. Kia ora, Mr. Phipps, for your tautoko on that. Further ado, I'll let Hone talk.
Tēnā rā tātou nā
Rauranga tira mai hui mai ne, ki rungi te kaupapa, ko hone Bolton tuku ingoa. I'm the operational guy, so forgive me for bringing the model, but it's better if I look and talk and possibly just give you an idea, an update of what we're thinking right now. Some of the ideas might be a little bit controversial outside, but I think we're at a state with the lake where it's in total collapse. And I know people are saying that we've got to do something, but we're saying that for 55 years now, and we need to move on. So we have three strategic imperatives. One is to improve water quality. The other is to restore te tai ao, or the environment, and the last one is sustainability. The planning will be deliberate. It'll be based on science. It'll be based on the large amounts of research that have been done on the lake. And I must say, from here forwards, it needs to be an operational focus rather than a research focus to be able to deliver what we want to do. So it'll be about tractors, it'll be about diggers, it'll be about doing that sort of stuff. And that's where I feel most comfortable. We are looking at, one of the primary things is to get rid of the nutrients because, and that's related to a number of stories here, that's related to a whole lot of things, but the primary cause of the pollution are the nutrients. So I think the elephant in the room is dredging, and we need to look at dredging. We need to look at targeted dredging. So I'm not going to go around the lake and just dig everything up. It's targeted, it's based on hydrographic survey, 3D modelling, and Mātauranga Māori, people who know we have a continuum within our I won't say, yeah, I have to say ranks. We have a 91-year-old queer who's lived on the lake her whole time. So we'll be leaning heavily on that to work out how we're going to do this. So once we've got the sediment out of the water, then we will put it into a number of sealing ponds, and then there's an economic value to that. So we'll end up selling it. We're also looking at re-establish some of our taonga species, such as freshwater crayfish, puna, toriwai, which are freshwater mussels, and a whole lot of other things that will benefit from that. The other thing is we're looking back towards the normal riparian stuff, riparian planting, sediment traps, constructed wetlands, all of that type of situation. I got to say, from our point of view, we used to doing things on the shoestring, and that will continue to be the way that we do. You will get value for money. There are a number of other bits and pieces on the model, using our own mātauranga around the way that trees are planted, the way that we are reforesting. We are not putting a native garden in the middle of the wild. We will look at targeting those species that are there and have existed there forever. That's how it'll go. We'll also look at the outlet and the impact that the outflow has on Utukura and the Hokianga Harbour.
Thanks, Willie. I just want to reiterate, this is not just about being in a relationship. This is about NRC having skin in the game in a financial way. As Hone's already talked about, there will be some economic return, not only from the sediment, but as some of the other byproducts of actually cleaning the lake up. I would just reiterate as well, we've got some great alignment with the LTP outcomes for NRC, such as healthy waters, land and air, wetlands sequester carbon. So there's another benefit there, innovative economy and protecting our taonga species. I can't say anything more, but mihi to you, Craig, from Fish and Game. We have had a conversation, Māori, thank you for that question. We also have Te Runanga Iwi o Ngāpuhi at the table. We've got the lake, the Omapere Rangi Hamama Trust, the nearby Marae Reservation. We've got all the farmers around the lake on our side, provided letters of support to date. Far North District Council, Hokianga Harbour Care, some of our cultural fisheries whānau. So just to give you some confidence, you've got the plan there. We're making progress every day at the moment, and really would like to sit down with you and have a serious conversation of what this partnership looks like. Thank you.
Kia ora.
All right, just open it up to the floor. Any questions? We've got Peter Lucas and Rick.
Kia ora. Beautiful, beautiful corridor. In terms of dredging, how immediate do you think that could, in the ideal circumstances where there's resourcing to support that sort of initiative, how immediate do you think that sort of work could start?
If we had the money and the workforce, I think immediately. We've been across to look at the Kalepa dredge, and we've had a bit of advice from him, and it looks to me that the most basic bucket in the water with GPS and all of that would be the way that we would end up going with a barge and then ferrying it backwards and forwards. I got to say that we would hold that at a level that we could sustain. So there's no use building huge amounts of infrastructure and not being able to handle whatever we're taking out of that.
Kia ora.
Big scale, I mean, isn't it? Okay.
Can I just ask, carry on from the dredging, so are you taking it to its, you'd be aiming at the older level, you know, the original level of the lake, or, and I was interested in that, I was interested in what sort of amount we're looking at in terms of it's really interesting, so, and the value of it, you know, what, any ideas on that, or?
So I guess I'll sum that up. So the study that the Lake Trust actually partnered with NRC back in early 2000 identified that even the top 2 centimetres had very high levels of nutrients in there.
Yep.
However, we've had further advice from some of the freshwater advisors stating that about a foot would be sufficient to make a significant difference. As Hone mentioned, it's a targeted approach. We're not going to just go around and basically dredge the entire lake. So we want to actually see what is the amount that's required to stop having algal blooms. And I know that's something Joe Carr's passionate about. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yep.
In terms of the value. There's some kiwi fruit growers who are interested in it. So you can put your price on that, I guess.
Good. Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
We've got Joe Carr's got a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and Brooke and Maurice and Honey, and I'd just like to congratulate you and your trust for the enthusiasm that you've mobilised throughout our rohi up there. You know, like the turnaround is just fantastic, and our community really needed it. So I congratulate you for that, and I'm pleased to hear that you're taking a scientific approach. We need, if we're going to get advantage of the government funding, which we need engineering works, needs outlet, and we need some engineering expertise that we have in this house, and I assume that you'll be requiring us to fulfill our MOU and give you that sort of assistance. Correct?
Very much so. I think we've got a golden opportunity here to show what partnering really looks like.
Yeah.
And not just the word, you know, actual actions. We will need to control the release during certain periods of the outlet. Yeah. Look, I don't think we can go any further wrong than what we've got now. So, you know, whatever we do is going to be an improvement.
Yeah, okay.
I'll just add on to that. I just wanted to mihi to Ruben, who in the last week actually has been exemplary in providing support to us for some expertise in the planning space and actually enabling us to have that support. So I just wanted to mihi to Ruben and the team and to the council leadership for supporting this. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Maurice and Honey. You know, realistically, that's what we're here for as regional council. So hearing that story is outstanding. So thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Are we breaking?
Yep. Well, it's on for 5 minutes.
I just want to see their
Okay, we've got 10 minutes. 10-minute break.
Oh,
10-minute break.
I thought we got to wait till past, don't we?
Welcome, Bill. Okay, floor's yours.
Read my written submission and then I have a few comments after. As an
You can
alternative.
take it as read, Bill.
Right.
Got 5 minutes.
I was a councillor for 15 years. And when approached for funding for the Northern Rescue helicopter, we went public right throughout Northland and we had overwhelming support. We set an $8 rate to support the helicopter service in Northland. This would be given a maximum of $600,000. The service for whole of Northland was not for Whangarei in specific, it was for the whole of Northland. Since then, other groups have applied for funding and it's been increased to $12 a year per ratepayer. I feel to siphon off the funding for general use is a breach of faith to the ratepayers and unethical to say the least. If the council costs are escalated so much, maybe it's time for the council to have a forensic audit into their affairs. Perhaps they need to look at where the financial leaks are and plug them for wasteful spending. I was chair of the Regional Council Transport Committee until my wife died. Then I asked to be relieved because I became a bit scrambled up when she passed away. I was then given the chair of Audit and Finance until the end of my term in council. The helicopter lost $553,000 in the last financial year. We should offer a maximum of $600,000 to the organisation and no more. Pay Nest the reported loss of $553,000, no more. And all other organisations should have a maximum amount and no more, and produce audited financial reports. I have had many years passing out charity money and easily recognised padded reports. See that they spend the money what they're asking it for. Make organisations get effective use of the money you give them. Do not provide bags of money and let them take a dip and make them responsible. That's my submission.
Okay. Kia ora. Thank you, Bill. Just like to let everybody know you're a Queen's Service Medal recipient.
Yes.
So 30 years service, so well done. Any questions for Bill? John?
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, great service, long time on council. Interested in the second last paragraph talking about plugging gaps and things. Did you ever do that when you were on council? Go through and check out all your financial?
Yes, we did. I was in charge of the environmental fund, and we found that some of the staff were applying for funds, not putting it through the council mailroom and proper things. They were just adding the thing onto the file. And when it came to me to approve, I found 5 of them that were staff members who had 10-acre block farms and wanted the council to fund the fencing of these blocks. I referred it immediately to the CEO and to the chairman at that time, which was Craig Brown, and they said, if it was a councillor, what would you say? And I said, I'd say no. And they said, well, that's the answer. But the CEO then asked me for the files. He took them, made notes of the names, and he dealt with it in his own way. And that's what I found in there.
Okay, so Bill, any other directions? Or you got a chance that you'd like to share with the councils? You've got a huge amount of respect.
Well, when I was doing the AK Franks Trust, an organisation up north applied for funding, and I looked up the files and they said that they had never had any before. And so I wrote to the chairman and said they had funding for what did they spend the money they got from us. And it came back that they had never received that money. And then an accounting firm up north was asked to do an audit on the firm, a forensic audit on the firm. And they found this person had fiddled the books for $1.2 million. They ended up in jail, of course. She was putting their bank account number on the application forms, and that's where the money went to, instead of going to the organisation. So you've got to be very careful who you're giving money to. Another case we had, Councillor Carr and I, there was a school out of Kaiko which wanted to put water tanks in. They came to the council with a huge amount of money wanting to do it. I had to talk to Joe about it, and we had a discussion and decided it could be done a lot better and cheaper. And Joe went up and organised the contract, and we did it for the whole job, wasn't it, Joe, for half the price what they asked for. So, you know.
Yeah, well, actually, Joe has got a question for you, and then it'll be Peter Lucas.
Yeah.
Well, first question is, how are you, Bill? Bloody great
Well,
to see you.
I'm 87 now, so, you know, I'm on a downhill run. But I'm enjoying myself. And one thing about this sort of thing,
too fast.
it keeps my brain active. And that's what you've got to do in all your life, is keep your brain active. In other words, get involved in the community. And
So the take-home message I got from Bill throughout the stuff is, when people apply for funding, don't necessarily accept that's what they need, what they say they need. Actually find out what they need, and that would apply, as Bill suggested, to this emergency services funding. We actually got to find out what is needed. Funds are contestable. You spend it in one place, it's an opportunity to cost somewhere else. And, so I've really enjoyed Bill's approach when we work together on these matters.
one of the organisations that is in the emergency funding applied to one of the organisations that I was administrator to, and they were given money to provide a piece of equipment. And when I checked up on them, they had not bought the equipment, had spent the money on paying rates. And that immediately disqualified them for the next 3 years for funding.
Right, we've got Peter Lucas Jones would like to question.
You mentioned that an alternative to the current suggestions contained within the consultation document could also include a forensic audit to plug unnecessary spending or something to that effect. In your time for 15 years in council, did you go through any activities like that?
Yeah, we did the dredging at the Whangarei Harbour. We went in and found that we were spending too much money on consultants when all the professional people on the harbour had marine engineers already, and they could supply us with the expertise needed instead of employing consultants. And we saved over $60,000 in the first year. Yeah, we were very careful in those days, weren't we, Joe?
Yep. Yeah, that sounds great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
No other questions? Really appreciate you coming and sharing your expertise.
Well, thank you for hearing me, and I hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Kia ora,
Thanks, Bill.
Bill.
Just
Delegated out,
Right, Ellen, come forward.
Too early. I was just-
No, that's right, we can push you in.
For a start.
Get a head start on everything.
You're gonna give me more time.
No, we're not gonna
Well,
give you more time.
I asked for a quarter of an hour.
You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
How old are you now, Alan?
Some people are not keep secrets. And that's what I'm like.
Good on you, Alan.
Well, I can tell you, I'm on the way to 100.
Right, we're on the way to 100. That's where we all are. A day at a time. Would you like some assistance? Can I help?
He's scared to run away from me.
You are. Yes.
Push it here, please.
Certainly can. Is that okay?
Put further, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was further in.
But further up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Alan. You'd be happy to know your 5 minutes hasn't started yet. So good to see you.
I'll start off with the helicopter. The helicopter, as far as I'm concerned, is like your baby. You were the first jokers to bring it into Northland. The regional council did, and it's like a child. If you chuck your kids out and don't forget about them and don't correspond with them, well, that's like the helicopter. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what my rates are for, to help everybody that get injured and needs assistance. And that next time, and another thing that should stay where it is, and kids do, because it's like the Western Springs. You've always got to get somebody complaining about it. And there's people in that area that have got their houses noise proofed. And if the helicopter takes off somewhere else, that's all that money wasted. Why should people waste money like that? Just because, some people want to complain.
Yeah.
And another thing is, it's right beside the ambulance. And one instance, the what's called road to the hospital was you couldn't get there. And then that just shows you the helicopter's right there. But if it's got in Rahi or somewhere else, that's that many minutes wasted, and fuel and everything wasted. Well, I look at. Yeah. So another thing I'm going to talk about is people go on about climate change. They don't even know what climate change is. That's just a new word. As far as I'm concerned, it is summer, autumn, spring, nothing else. That's what I think, nothing else. But these people go, oh, this is climate change. And talking about climate change, you're putting fear into the kids. I've heard it on the news. Oh, I'm going to die in climate change because of climate change. And that's one of the things. And another thing is, I don't believe in daylight saving. And the thing is, what you're doing, what I would suggest you do, if people that want to go to work early, let them. But don't change the time. Just leave it as it is. If a lot of people want to go to work earlier, well, one thing good about it is they won't be clogging up the roads. And the people that go a bit late at the normal time will have less traffic and less petrol wasted. Well, that sort of stuff. That's what I look at. Common sense, that's all it is. And another thing, and I look at all the bees we're killing because of climate because of daylight saving. Because I catch minor birds, and I just made traps, and I actually gave the council one to take to the shows. But when I went to the show, long race show, I wanted to see how they're getting on with my trap. They didn't have it because I said, why haven't you got it here? Oh, we're not allowed to sell them. I said, yeah, I'm not selling them. I'm giving them away, giving them to people. Because minor birds are destroying other birds in our society. And I heard on the TV once, there was one of the islands had a whole lot of beautiful parrots.
Yeah.
As soon as they got rid of the miners, the parrots went up again. And this is what I look at, like starlings and that. I looked at them, keeping the crickets and all that away, all that sort of stuff, and especially army caterpillar. We had years ago we were milking, and we had some gum trees not far away, and we wondered why the starlings were going mad. They were screaming.
Ellen, you got
They
1
were saying,
minute.
"Come and help! Come help! Come help!"
You got 1 minute if you want to get another issue over the line. No, it's not a lot of time.
Yeah, and another one was about cleaning about the rivers and that. I don't believe in putting trees, so all this rubbish, because all you do is blocking them up. And another thing is you're making highways for the vermin, helping the vermin. Yeah. And another thing is the airport at Rotonga, it shouldn't be there, because I've if you noticed, got the thing that I showed you, over 100 days of fog. And it's just a river of fog where they're thinking they're going to put the airport. And they haven't put, they have the people, what do you call it, the people that think they know everything about that, haven't even asked us, the community. And one person I know in particular, he's sowed manure and done a lot of stuff on the property. And another thing is wasting money buying 3 farms. Well, that is 3 farms that in an area. As far as I'm concerned, that's a waste of council's money. And I've been here listening that they're thinking about shifting the road. Well, that's more money wasted.
Okay.
Our money we're talking about, not.
Ellen, your time is up, so you've got to allow us to have any questions to you now. Is that okay? So
not really.
Just put it back and go to the councillors. Peter Lucas Jones has got a question.
Kia ora, Ellen. Can I ask you where you think a better alternative for an airport would be?
I've been told that the Americans had an airport. I'm not quite sure.
In Northland, doesn't have to be around Whangarei, but where do you think?
South of Kaikohe.
Oh, south of Kaikohe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where the army, the Americans had it.
Sure, thank you. I've really enjoyed what you've brought to this session. Thank you.
Any other Amy McDonald?
Thank you, Alan. I just had a question in the written submission. You're talking about sort of the indoor facilities that you're interested in, and we've heard that also from Sport Northland. And I just wondered, have you shared your needs and ideas with Sport Northland? Who's they?
Sports Northland.
Yes, who are creating indoor sporting facilities.
Sports Northland is anti-indoor bowls. Okay. And that's what, because I've been to meetings and they've been sitting in the like that I was just doing now, sitting there, and they go through all the sports, but nothing about indoor bowls. And we had 26 indoor bowls. We had 26 clubs in 1988, and now we've only got 6. And the thing is, indoor bowls was brought in because of the war, and people, like after the war. So people, like, well, this is what we're having with daylight saving. the problems now. People are getting, anxious, sick and all this, stressful. As far as I'm concerned, I've been playing since how I got started was I was staying with my grandmother, and she rang up the neighbour and said, I'm not going to go to bowls tonight because I've got my grandson with me. And I said to her, I overheard her saying that, and I said, grandmother, you don't need to hold up. You don't need to not go to bowls because I'm staying with you. I'll come and watch.
Now, Alan, got to stop you there.
Yeah.
Time is up. Right, so thanks for sharing your history. It's been good to see you still moving. Now, can we just give you some assistance with the chair?
What's that?
Can we give you some assistance with the chair?
Oh, should be right.
Thanks, Alan.
I'll wobble off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ellen, thank you.
You are the thing, right, please.
Okay. Glenn, yep, Glenn and Alan.
What's that?
No, back up to Tanya. Yep. Okay, so Glenn McMillan is next.
See you later, Alan.
He's in a wheelchair. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not forget your woody stick.
Oh, I've got. What's wrong?
That's fine. The thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got this thing more to stick things like just going to bring them.
We've just done others on the same list,
Yeah.
Alan and Bill, which is what they were here and they needed to get away.
All right, Glenn. Welcome. You've got your 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Okay. Well, what I've done inside my submission, I put some links into some ebooks. Right, so I can't talk about all the ebooks, but I do write ebooks. Look, what I want you to consider, all of you, is when it comes to your infrastructure, your trades, your bushes, anything you guys do, you need to consider accessibility. I saw on Facebook the other day, a post came up, and I don't know where it is, but it's in Pongalay. It's supported by NRC. They're building new walkways, so when we had all the cyclone damage, we're doing a lot of rebuilding, right? So now is the opportunity to get it right, and you're not getting it right. So they're building a walkway. It's got no kick rails, right? So I'm in a wheelchair. It's immediately unsafe. They're doing it somewhere in Mangawai. They've got kick rails. They're doing it in Auckland. They've got kick rails. We don't have kick rails. They're the rails on the side that will stop the wheelchair going over the edge. You might have a kilometre of track guide. Only 200 metres of it might be accessible. But if you put a step at the beginning, then none of it is accessible. So in the Quarry Gardens recently, they've done all this work improving their walking tracks. There's a lovely bridge over a little body of water. There's a bit of accessible track on the other side of the bridge. There's a step on the side. So immediately you get to the bridge, you can't go any further. You've got to wait in the car park and watch other people cross. Doesn't need to happen. They can pull the dirt up and create a natural ramp. The reason you don't do it is you don't think about it. Okay, so what we want to do is I can supply anything. So I'm using AI, and I can supply very detailed books, building codes, and everything you need, right? But somebody within the NRC needs to be consulting with the disabled community. the WDC's got a disability advisory group. I don't know whether you do. You know whether you've got a disability advisory group?
I don't think we're into building tracks or roadways.
No, but you're building nature. You're building walking tracks, right? By the aquatic centre.
Yeah.
There's a race walkway. Who's responsible for that? Is that you or WDC?
WDC, we wouldn't.
So when I went to WDC and I spoke about it, I said, can you put kick rails on it? They said, well, why would you want to go on there? Why wouldn't I want to go on there? And that's what you need to understand. I want to go where you go. So if you build barriers, whether it's in nature, your tracks, everything you do, you need to consider me. You need to consider people with walkers, crutches, right? If you don't need a step, don't have a step. If it's one step, like at the Quarry Gardens, would have been so easy just to pull the chute up. But that one step stops us going any further. So we feel excluded. So.
Okay, Glenn, you've got 1 minute left.
1 minute left, okay, sweet as. I've got a website called Disability Leadership New Zealand. I would like somebody from here to actually contact me, and I'm happy to work with you. What I'm not happy to see is I'm not happy to see all this new build being done. It's not accessible. Because at the end of the day, if it's a building code and you don't follow it, I will attempt to make you do it, right? So do it beforehand and not afterwards.
Okay.
But Stephen, is that my time?
Point taken. So what we'll do is if we are and do get a chance to build anything, tracks or buildings or something like that, definitely our staff will look at your website and make sure that we follow the right procedures and the codes.
Yeah,
okay.
well,
If we get to that position.
Sweet
So
as.
I'm just going to ask any other questions. Amy?
Thank you, Glenn. Just a question. Did you submit to the WDC?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, great. Because just reading your submission, there's a lot in here which is very relevant for them. And so just really wanting to make sure that similar content.
My 5 minutes with them too. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. And I'll stay a little while and I'll leave in the group, please.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to the top, which is Tania. EBT Ventures.
Go to katoa. How are you all? Good day. Alrighty, so the paper that I've put into my submission has been presented to all 4 councils here in Northland, and it's quite a strategic, encouraging Northland to lead the way in how we look at the local government reform and be a leader in that rather than having it done to us, which I think is massive opportunity. Quote from the review of Future of Local Government from last year states, the series of compounding crises we are experiencing are unlikely to abate. Climate change, the ongoing fallout from COVID-19, disruptive technological advances and the economic geopolitical impacts of global conflict. Extreme weather events, persistent inequality and low social cohesion are already affecting communities here. All of these challenges are felt at place and will only intensify over the next 30 years. These events weigh heavily on the political environment and reinforce the need for strong leadership, authentic relationships and new ways of thinking, behaving and operating at all levels of government. The report also states that local government must play a critical role in building place-based resilience that supports communities through the times ahead. Clearly, this is not possible under the current system of local government. So we know reform's coming, it's just what it's going to look like. I want to endorse the call for locally led, regionally enabled and nationally supported. It raises the opportunity and the question of what genuine localism offers. And as Wally Hicks in the far north put it, relocalisation, and that called for it. I just want to highlight a report by Inspiring Communities, which is called Make the Move. And there's some really fantastic ideas about how council and local government can work alongside communities and empower them to be part of the solution. An extract from a recently released report from the New Local, which is a well-known UK think tank, states, there is a wealth of evidence that community-powered approaches can improve well-being, support cohesion, enable prevention and generate savings. The value of more relational, strengths-based approaches which can work with people in the context of their wider networks and assets is increasingly recognised as essential for public services to fulfil their core purpose to improve lives. So what does this look like practically? An example from the Local Government Review Report, Recommendation 7 says, initiate a reorganisation of local government to strengthen, support and resource councils to plan for and respond to increasing challenges and opportunities. As you know, in my submission, I have outlined 3 areas that I think I would encourage. One is around Northland becoming a test case or a guinea pig or a trial for looking at how we do things differently. Case in point, costs are rocketing. You know, how do we, for example, look at multi-land and building and using that in a space that isn't complicated by regulation and compliance, etc. And how do we use that as a test case to then roll out and move that into a space of more mainstream? There's lots of opportunity, and one of the things around Northland is we do have challenges, and thus that gives us the opportunity to think and do differently. I've noted Kai. We all need to eat, and I think, you know, Northland has an opportunity locally, so to supplying Auckland, but also on the world stage to really focus on natural and real food. I don't know how many of us want to be eating cricket meal that looks like a steak in 20 years' time. No, there's a real possibility and opportunity for us there. The other thing is we need to ensure that our rangatahi, our young people, are included in this mahi. New Zealand is seen as losing our number 8 wire, and this is the need for critical thinking and innovation. And if we can bring our young, especially our older students, in alongside us as we work through some of these tricky dilemmas to be part of that solution and use that vision that they have. Am I going for time?
It hasn't been up yet, so it's just pretty close. Just clicked on now, you got 1 minute.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge, you know, I know it's really difficult, local government, it's a really challenging time, infrastructure challenges, but my message is that if we don't look at this big stuff, we will keep trying to put sticking plasters on things, and we really do have an opportunity to think and do differently. Albert Einstein said we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tania. Great presentation. So we've got Amy and Marty Robinson.
Kia ora, thank you. 2 questions, which hopefully you can answer really quickly. Talked about the concept of the regional deal and us doing some sort of case study. You mentioned whenua Māori. Did you have any other topics that you thought would do really well in that regional?
I think the regional deal, I'm a little bit mindful of it, because if we're going to be locally led, we need to have control. In regional deals, I'm looking into them, although there's opportunity in there, we need to ensure we're not still dictated to by central government. I think the answer to your question will be talking to actually there was one, you know, how do we work alongside communities for flooding or something? You know, a lot of them have the solutions already there, and how do we get involved in that space?
And second real quick question, just in terms of engaging with young people, that's a great point and something we're not doing as well as we could potentially here at NRC yet. So just wondering, did you have an idea of what that might look like actually in action?
Off the top of my head, I'd get involved with the YES program, which is the Young Entrepreneurs Scheme, the older students looking at business, and to bring them alongside, I think that'd be an awesome opportunity, and doing cool stuff.
All right, so Marty Robinson.
Yeah, hey Tony, thanks for the presentation. A couple of things. LGNZ, have you approached them? I've talked to them about Focus Pi here, which was of course your baby.
I haven't approached them about this. I have let the chair of the Local Government Commission know. I've sent him my submission, so he's aware, but at this stage I'm just focusing on, I'm not really got the thing these days, Marty.
Yeah, I'll pick up the baton for you. Yeah. So, and the second thing is you mentioned about blue economies. So just bringing to everyone's attention the potential of the Niagara to actually, the SS Niagara to torpedo our blue economy if the oil leaks out of that one. So just bring that for a long term.
Thank you, Marty.
Which might support that blue economy idea.
I think growing seaweed and just anything in the ocean will be a massive opportunity for us. There's lots of good outcomes of cleaning the water and food. Yeah. Build a, what do you call it? Centre of excellence out at Green Bay. Put an education out there, grow culture.
Hang on, thank you.
Sorry, the third. Just if your presentation is available on full, would be great. Yeah.
Send it through.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah. So we've got Ron Ford and Rebecca Williams, Yukaka Coast. Welcome. Good to see you here.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. I'm Rebecca Williams. I'm the Secretary of the Tutukaka Coast Ratepayers and Residents Association. And this is Ron, who is our chairperson. Before I kick in, I just wanted to acknowledge our local councillor, Amy McDonald. Just want to acknowledge Amy's willingness to engage with us throughout her time and to provide us with regular updates through our executive committee, which has always been really helpful. We take a particular interest in the role of regional council because our community has told us that it really values our environment and has a particular interest in its protection and sustainability. Our submission is drawn on the findings of our community research, which we undertook in 2021, and our ongoing understanding of the needs of our community. And I'm just going to emphasise a few key points from our written submission and focus on some opportunities arising from those. First big ticket item really is the rates. Along with NRC and WDC's proposed increases, our community is looking at some massive increases in its rates. So the question remains for us, and we know you've done a lot of work to try and minimise that increase, but we have to ask, are we getting value for money from those rates? And we just want the opportunity to ask council to ask that question of you, of whether there could be more done to deliver on efficiencies, to either reduce the 11.05% proposed increase or to minimise future increases. We also saw some opportunities that we've identified around that, and it's largely to do with looking at the areas of shared interest between our community, you and WDC, particularly around areas where there might be for shared priorities, where we could set some common goals and objectives and work together, better coordination around that to maximise resources and avoid duplication, earlier and more targeted engagement with organisations and communities like ours, and adding value to existing groups and programs. The second item for us is your focus, if you like, on core business. We support that, and we think that there's some better value in you focusing on doing things well rather than spreading your resources too thin and not achieving progress. However, you have indicated that you're looking to cut funding to some emergency services and regional sports. So probably the biggest concern for us is the loss of funding to the rescue helicopter. That is a life-changing and life-saving service that services our community. And we would be very concerned about that, particularly if that funding cut is sudden and doesn't give the helicopter service an opportunity to look for alternatives to maintain its capacity and sustainability. Just wanted to focus on some key issues for us, which was identified through our community survey and has in common with the NRC. Our environment, very strongly identified in our survey as a key concern, and we have issues such as sedimentation and water quality, the loss of biodiversity, particularly marine biodiversity, erosion, and other key issues. We have a number of volunteer-led groups on the coast doing incredible work, and we want to make sure that those groups are supported to their full capacity and potential, and looking at where we could develop and further grow those groups. Another area of concern is road safety and connectivity. You might not think you have much to do with road safety, but unfortunately our weather events are taking its toll on the quality of our road. We have one road in and one road out that joins our communities, and when that fails, we have a significant issue. So we are looking for yours and WDC as well as national government support to make sure our roading access is kept safe. Largely challenges are posed by erosion and those heavy slips from heavy rain events. We don't benefit hugely from public transport support, so we do look for ways that we can be supported our connectivity in other ways. And one item that you probably don't consider much in terms of the environment, but 67% of our respondents raised the impact of tourism and the basically things like rubbish and waste, loss of marine biodiversity. So we think that there's a really positive opportunity to develop some creative, coordinated, collaborative approaches to address these things, bringing councils, agencies, local businesses, Hapu and wider community together to create meaningful and effective responses. And lastly, I just wanted to point out that our community survey explored areas of emergency planning and preparedness. And we're not 100% sure what you have planned for the civil defence programs, but we're keen to ensure that our community is supported and equipped for the range of possible events that might lie ahead. And in closing, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that WDC has done recently in bringing local ratepayers and residents associations together. We've had a couple of sessions on the long-term planning, and they've been really, really useful and valued by the residents association groups that have been attending. So I think there's an opportunity perhaps for NRC to join in with those so that we can actually start working in a really proactive and collaborative approach to some of the regional and local issues. Thank you for your time. Be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. I dare say with the civil defence side of it is maybe that's something that Amy could make sure that she shares any long-term plans or whatever that comes through our civil defence meetings. Maybe get on the email list and just make sure those are sent through to you so you're totally updated each time. I think they meet every 6 months, every 4 months. Anyway, so that's something that Amy will take up if that's a concern. Any other questions? Okay, so thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
David Mullen.
Ko toko tuku te maunga, ko wairoa te awa, no taki wira ahau, ko Rawiri tōku ingoa. Kia ora, my name is David Mullen, and I'm attending this hearing in my capacity as the chair of the Northland Sports Coalition. The Northland Sports Coalition is a forum of members which exists on behalf of and collectively support, promote and advocate for the ongoing development of sport in Northland. The Northland Sports Coalition Executive Committee have made contact with its 43 sporting code members, of whom are all in favour of continuing the regional sports facilities rate. Collectively, these 43 sporting codes represent over 70,000 participants, nearly 1/3 of the Northland population. The Northland Sports Coalition attributes facilities as one of its primary pillars within its current strategic plan. This plan is derived from the Kokore Aotearoa Haurua strategy, Northland's regional strategy for play, active recreation and sports. The strategy is intended to inform the development of future long-term and annual plans for district councils and key organisations working within the sector, including funders. It considers the spaces, places and programs that support greater participation in play, active recreation and sport activities in Te Tai Tokerau. The loss of the NRC regional sporting facilities rate negates the intent of the Kokore Aotearoa Haurua strategy, as it creates limitations and barriers to a rapidly growing region in the need of sporting facilities. As per the research completed on the Northland Aquatics Facilities Plan, the population in Northland is forecast to increase by approximately 55,000 people in the next 20 years. Using this example alone, the plan forecasts a 76% increase in the shortfall of available pool space in Northland. The Whangarei indoor court strategy is another example that is at risk of a need not being met in the sporting community. It has been identified that the Whangarei district alone requires capacity of 9 to 10 additional indoor courts to meet the community's needs. It is prevalent there is a huge indoor court deficiency in Northland, as per the community indoors facility table, which was in the submission. Northland ranks dead last in available courts per population against all other regions in New Zealand, with 2.5 times the New Zealand average of people per court available. In the Whangarei District Council's long-term plan, they propose the development of a 6-court multi-purpose indoor facility. The facility is expected to become the region's premier indoor facility with a sporting network of satellite facilities to meet the regional demand. The regional rate is an integral to the success of this. I note that the Northland Regional Council's vision is our Northland, together we thrive. For our region to thrive, we must always look through a broad lens that encompasses the well-being of our communities. Our community is not thriving when it comes to the increased health problems, specifically mental health and obesity. New Zealand has the third highest obesity rate in adults in the OECD, and our rates continue to increase. Around 1 in 3 adults were classified as obese, up 3% from year to year. By removing the rate, you're potentially creating more barriers for people to participate in active recreation and sport. An example of barriers being removed would be the accessibility to the Pohi Island Bike Park. Every time I drive past or take my children to the bike park, there are always adults and children enjoying active recreation at this outdoor facility. The regional sporting facilities rate made this bike park possible, and as a consequence, people are actively partaking in exercise and sport, which in turn will support their overall health and well-being long term. I also note the NRC mission working together to create a healthy environment, strong economy and resilient communities. The New Zealand Herald found that visitors spent nearly $3 million in Northland during the Women's Rugby World Cup in 2022, hosted at Okara Park, which was funded by the regional sporting facilities rate. An event of this significance immensely supports the Northland economy and brought a community together to host what was a hugely successful event. The Northland Sports Coalition urge you to consider the broad implications of removing the rate, implications that removing the rate may have, and encourage you to continue supporting this incredible success story made possible by the regional sporting facilities rate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, well spoken. Yes. Okay, have we got any questions? Okay.
Just one question. The 43 or 45 on the Northland Sports Coalition.
Sure.
Is there easy access to find out all the list of?
They're
all here, Marty.
Oh, sorry.
Should be in the submission.
Yeah, thank you.
On the bottom of the page.
Okay, Rick.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. The aquatic facilities. I know you've talked about that before when the other guys were here. So what exactly are we looking at? It's short 1,900 square meters or something, but so what exactly would that look like? Is that 2 more pools, or, you know, if you're short? I don't understand. You say you're short of facilities, but what does it actually look like?
Oh, and it was in square meterage. I think it was the 900 short at the moment. I think it with a population increase of 55,000, I think it would be 3,400 meters square short or something like that.
So that's like 1 pool or 2 pools? I don't understand.
I think it was it is in the aquatics plan, which is on the Sport Northland website.
Okay, I'll look at
I think you said 2 polls this morning.
it. It was 2 pools.
2 pools.
2 pools.
So there's probably not a lot of questions because we've had quite a few.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying you repeated everything they said. There's lots of stuff there that you're genuine that we haven't heard before. But thank you for your time.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Martina.
Hello, everybody. If I'm looking tired, it is because I was down in Auckland at 4 a.m. this morning buying flowers for Mother's Day. I'm a florist. Okay. In my oral submission, I would like to solely focus on the issue of environmental management. You know, that you had in your plan there, although the other points are important as well, but you have read my submission. I work 10 to 15 hours per week for Piroa Conservation Trust as their weed coordinator, and I'm astounded about the extent and amount of the really nasty invasive weeds we have in the Brandurban area. Before I started in November, I had no idea how bad the situation was, despite my above average plant and gardening knowledge. I have a Hort degree and I've been a grower for 30 years. I strongly believe we are at a crossroads, and if a hard push isn't made now, the problem of invasive weeds could become unsurmountable and simply too expensive to remedy. I understand that NRC, like any other government body, has to try hard to save money in tough economic times, but I don't believe anybody will be under the breadline because of a modest increase in the NRC levy of just over $1 per week more. It sounds like a lot, 11%, I know, but you know the amount is actually $56 or $58 or whatever per year. As you all know, Northland's climate is extremely accommodating for plant growth, and weeds are plants that are much hardier and faster growing than well-behaved plants. Just last year, with its exceptional growing climate of wet and warm weather, has resulted in masses of new plants and growth all around us. Even on our 10-acre block, I'm seeing pampas grass and tobacco weed coming up for the first time ever. And a changing climate is likely to exacerbate the problem. There are only a very few small groups of people who dedicate their time weeding and spraying outside their garden areas I know of. And in the Kaipara district, we have the additional problem of council staff who are actively hindering volunteers and professionals working in most reserve areas, blaming health and safety issues and not progressing the paperwork. It's really, really bad. And we're just about starting to shake some trees and some monkeys are falling out. Not sure why, but fighting weeds is not sexy and attracts far less volunteers than predator control. That's what I'm finding. And I've got colleagues who are doing predator control and water work, water quality work and all that, but the weeding is really, really, really tricky. We need a huge awareness campaign and strong leadership to mobilize the public, which requires adequate funding. Please keep supporting community groups. They are needed more than ever. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions around this, John?
Martina, one question you talked about, well, you submitted on flooding. Flooding risk management is critical, and the longer we leave it, more expensive it gets. A little bit same trend as your weeds, and you talked about predators as well. Maybe people like killing animals rather than plants. But anyway, the flooding, I want to know about the flooding. Why have you got that remark there?
Because of on the basis that if you have built a house 10 years ago and if you're building a house tomorrow, it's going to be a huge difference. So I think if we're putting things in place now, we have a much better chance to get it right, and B, it's going to be cheaper because everything is just getting more and more expensive. So it's thinking of infrastructure or drainage or, you know, all the things that we know with low-lying land and, you know, that's inundation, erosion, all those things. So for me, it's a no-brainer that do it now, do it right. We'll have to pay for it, but, you know, then hopefully we get it right. If we're just dilly-dallying in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, it might be unsurmountable.
You're at Rendu and you're not on Ruai Flats, which relies on drainage in a bigger way.
I'm in Mangawhai. Yes, I'm in Mangawhai, and I'm on a 10-acre block, and our house is high up, so we're not getting flooded. But we're not getting flooded. But you know, we use access roads. I mean, you know,
roading. Yeah, thank you. Roading was.
Roading is right, and yeah, roading, and the other thing is, where do we build? I mean, that's my big bugbear I've got with our district, you know.
You're in a high rainfall area too. I imagine if you're tucked up against Brandon.
We get a little bit more because we're at the foothills after Brandon, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no other questions, Martina, but I'm sure on behalf of the councillors, we really appreciate the effort that goes into the volunteers. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is completed. So we're finished at 3:08. Eric here, are you happy with that too? Yeah, you do it.
Tēnā tātou katoa. E mihi ana hau kia koutou I rongo I te kaupapa tēnei rā. Nā reira me karakia tātou.
Kia ora.
Kia hakarongo ake au ki te tangi a te manu nei a te mātui. Tui, tuia. Tuia I runga, tuia I raro. Tuia I waho, tuia I roto. Tuia I te here tangata ka rongo te pō. ka rongo te ao. Tui te moka tangata I take a mai, Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki roa, Hawaii ki pāmamao. Te hona ki Wairua, ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama, tihei, mauri o rā. Kia ora.
Okay.